to play in the production of electrical energy. So, however, the problem of wind energy is its intermittency and uncertainty. So, in the literature, there are more statistical laws to model wind speed distribution. The most recommended by the literature is Weibull distribution function, which expression is given as follows. Hey. Okay. The scope of this study is to use 6 numerical methods as graphical method: the empirical method of juices, the listen method, the energy pattern factor method, and Moroccan method and maximum likelihood method to estimate the parameter of Weibull distribution, which is a scale parameter and shape parameter. The purpose is to choose the accurate or the appropriate method which should be adapted in one application energy in West Africa region. So the expression of the scale and shape parameters are given by the 6 numerical method is presented in this table below. For this study, we choose 12 cities in West Africa, which geographical location coordinate is presented in this table below. The data is collected at 10 meter high. The period of recording of the data cover the period of 2003 to December 2015. As for the results, this figure presented the graphic of the scale parameters and the shape parameter. Even the distribution of a Weibull parameter is presented with the result obtained by this 6 numerical method. According to this result, we are observed that the scale parameter comprises between 1 and 3, and the shape parameter comprises between 1 and 3, and the scale parameter are in the same range for all the sites. To evaluate the performance of this method, we use 6 statistical indicators, which expression is given below. According to the result, we notice that maximum likelihood follow energy pattern factor method are the appropriate energy pattern factor method, and the maximum likelihood method are the accurate method to model the wind distribution energy application in West Africa region. So the graphical method, a method of Moroccan, give the poorest results for this study. As for conclusion, in this method, we can say that we have used 6 numerical methods such as graphical method, energy pattern factor method, empirical method of juices, maximum likelihood method, and method of Moroccan method. So based on analysis of this result, it has proven that energy pattern factor and maximum likelihood method are recommended to model wind distribution in selected area. So we can extend this result on other seats which the distribution of wind speed are the same with the other set that we have selected. As for perspective, we can use hybrid method, Gaussian Mishra method, and a machine learning method to perform the model that you have developed. So I have finished my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agabase, for keeping the time on.
Thank you very
So
much.
let's move to the second technical paper, and the discussion will be at the end of the session, okay? As listed in the program. So the second technical paper will be the evaluation of various heat recovery system integrated with BCAC system under arid climatic conditions by Dr. Syed Ali.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Make me a host
See it.
to share
Didn't see it,
the.
your slides.
I wanted to. Yeah. That's it.
Yes. Yes, we'll start to see you.
Yeah.
Dr. Syed, you have
Yes,
10
sir.
minutes only, so the floor for you and Maya. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I will present a presentation related to paper which is named Evaluation of Various Heat Recovery System integrated with vapor compression air conditioning system under arid climatic condition by Syed Ali, Dr. Ahmed Mustafa Ali, Dr. Abdul Majid Abdul Sami, and Dr. Muhammad Fatih. Content of this presentation, first part introduction, two literature review, three research objects, four material and method, five results and discussion, finally conclusion. Introduction. People spend approximately 90% of their time in residential and commercial building in which coronavirus transmitted among people through inhalated by direct contact with an infected object. Traditional vapor compression air conditioning system in the buildings are designed to provide thermally comfortable conditions and to maintain accessible indoor air quality. Traditional vapor compression air conditioning system represent 80% of air conditioning system used over the world. Air conditioning system consume approximately 30 to 50% of total electrical energy consumption of residential and commercial buildings. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the proportion of air retrieved from outside should be 100% without using the air from the space. 100% fresh air will surely contribute to increase electrical energy demand for operating the air conditioning system and particularly of the ventilation rate. One of the solution methods for this problem is to use a waste heat recovery system, which is used for recovering coolness from exhaust air before expelled without mixing. The previous research related to this scope of crossover make a theoretical study of related to coupling air conditioning system with energy under climate condition of Baton Rouge in USA. It is found that saving in annual air conditioning air consumption with 7%. Besant and Simonson make a simulation study of coupling different heat recovery system, which is energy wheel and sensible heat wheel with vapor compression air conditioning system under climate condition of Chicago. Highlights of this study: reduction in the cooling capacity by 52% and minimization in annual energy consumption with 30 to 60%. Delvani et al. Make experimental and simulation study for related to air conditioning system coupled with indirect evaporative cooler under different climate condition in Iran. Highlights a reduction in cooling capacity by 75% and minimization in electrical energy consumption. Chevrini et al. Make analytical model related to integrating indirect evaporative cooler with air conditioning system. It is found the reduction in energy consumption with value range between 40 to 60%. Majan et al. Make a simulation study for integrating heat pipe with air conditioning system under different climate conditions in USA. It's found the reduction in electrical energy consumption by 19.5%. Miklos Kasai make experimental study for integrating sensible heat with air conditioning system under climate condition in Hungary. Highlight reduction in electrical energy consumption by 25.1%. Q et al. Make experimental and analytical model related to integrating indirect evaporative cooler with air conditioning. It found that reduction in total cooling load by 32. Tukrani et al. Make experimental study for coupling air conditioning system with heat pipe. It found the reduction in cooling load by value between 10 to 57%. Research objects. The present work objectives are to improve indoor air quality with minimum energy consumption for vapor compression air conditioning system in the commercial building. To predict performance characteristics of each heat recovery system integrated with vapor compression air conditioning system, in addition to traditional vapor compression air conditioning system as a reference system under right climate condition, especially Hurghada in Egypt. During the time period from March 21 to September, simulation software is used to simulate the building and its air conditioning system in the present world. The air conditioning system includes traditional vapor compression air conditioning system and the full integrated air conditioning system using energy wheel, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, finally indirect evaporative cooler. The building used for this study 3D SketchUp model of existing commercial building, single floor shopping center, which is selected for the simulation. It is located in Hurghada and has an overall area of 57 square meter and the volume of 3,189 cubic meter. Description. The first figure refers to the traditional vapor compression air conditioning system, which consists of mixing box, direct expansion air conditioning system, and supply fan. The mixing box mix between the outdoor air and the return air. But the new system, which revealed to the full integrated system, where integrating heat recovery system to the traditional vapor compression and become consist of heat recovery system, direct expansion air conditioning unit, and supply fan. For calculating the carbon dioxide concentration indoor the zone by using the shown equation, where C is the indoor concentration of carbon dioxide, V is the volume of the space, N is the number of occupants, R is the CO2 concentration rate per person. V naught is the air flow rate due to ventilation expressed in cubic meter per hour. And the C out is the outdoor CO2 concentration. Thermal performance. Traditional vapor compression air conditioning system and the full integrated system are evaluated according to the following parameters: total electrical power consumption, sensible and total cooling load in the cooling coil. This parameter can be determined as follows: Q total equal to m dot air multiplying enthalpy at the entering of the cooling coil minus enthalpy at the outlet of the cooling coil. Q sensible equal to m dot air.
Sayed, you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, you have left 3 minutes, so please go ahead and go to the output.
Okay, I will finish. Model verification. The present model prediction are very close to experimental data with absolute average error of 3.85%. Effect of return air ratio. As the air ratio increase from 0 to half, CO2 concentration increased by about 20.8%, while energy consumption decreased by nearly 80%. Average temperature at the entering of the cooling coil is 21, 25, 25, and 27 for indirect evaporative cooler and sensible heat wheel, energy wheel, and heat pipe. Average relative humidity as the cooling coil inlet is 43, 47, 50, and 70% for energy wheel, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, and indirect evaporative cooler, respectively. For total energy remove, an inspection of the shown figure confirms that average hourly total energy remove is reduced by about 44.17, 32.1, 35.8, and 46% using energy wheel, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, and the indirect evaporative coil, respectively. Average sensible energy remove is approximately 45.5, 39.2, 45.5 and 68.6% using energy wheels, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, and indirect evaporative cooler, respectively. For total energy consumption, it is seen that average energy consumption is nearly 34.17, 25.36, 27.16, 38.75% using energy wheel, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, and indirect evaporative cooler, respectively. Comparison among the investigating system, monthly energy receiving can reach to 44, 32, 35.4, and 46.6 using energy wheel, heat pipe, sensible heat wheel, and indirect evaporative cooling system, respectively. Conclusion: a comparison between the integrated system and the total fresh air vapor compression air conditioning system is made based on the reported results of the current work. The following conclusion can be drawn. Hourly total energy removed if integrated vapor compression air conditioning plus energy wheel, vapor compression plus heat pipe, vapor compression plus sensible heat wheel, and vapor compression plus indirect evaporative cooling is lower than of only vapor compression air conditioning system. Hourly sensible energy remove can be reduced by 44.5, 39.2, 45.5, and 68.6 using integrated vapor compression plus energy wheel, vapor compression air conditioning plus heat pipe, vapor compression plus sensible heat wheel, and the vapor compression plus indirect evaporative cooling system. Integrated vapor compression plus energy wheel, vapor compression air conditioning plus heat pipe, vapor compression plus sensible heat wheel, and the vapor compression plus indirect evaporative cooling achieve a reduction in hourly total energy consumption by 34.17, 25.36, 27.26, and 38.75%. Finally, integrating vapor compression plus indirect evaporative cooling is the best system to save energy and the enhancement of indoor air quality in commercial buildings under a right climate condition. That's all I have, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Syed, and for your very interesting paper. So please don't go away. We have a discussion at the end. Okay, you hear me?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now move to the third paper. The effect of adding fly ash to improve mechanical properties of concrete made of cement and cement kiln dust by the author, Dr. Rafi, Dr. Muhammad Abdel Qadir, and Dr. Azza, the family of the Uyghur Institute of Egypt. Okay, the floor for you.
Please, Dr. Syed, close your share screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to introduce this research from the Labor Institute and hope all of us have a good results about the solid waste material to have a good solution to recycling it and to have its benefits for all of countries of Africa.
Thank you, sir.
Effect of adding fly ash to improve mechanical properties of concrete made of cement and cement clean dust. This is the title of the research. The research goal, this study was conducted to study the effect of adding fly ash to the cement clean dust with amount of cement not exceed 40% to produce cementitious material to be used in concrete and other applications such as bricks and road pavements. Research significance, the importance of research lies in two directions. The first one is to beneficial use of the cement clean dust, which pollutes the environment, and we will explain it later. The second is to obtain an economical cementitious material to be used in concrete production and other construction applications. Cement is a strategic commodity since it is a key component in construction industry. It's one of the most widely used material on the earth. In 2060 US cement plants produce about 100 million metric tons of cement. Worldwide production accounted for about 2.5 billion metric tons. Now, the production of cement is about 3.6 billion metric tons, and it's predicted to rise to more than 5 billion metric by 2030. The industry is growing particularly rapidly in developing countries, which have a high demand of infrastructure and housing requirements. Cement clean dust is a byproduct from cement manufacture. It is about 50% or 20% from the whole production of cement. This is a very huge amount. The institution or constitution of cement clean dust, mainly, as we will see in this table, it is from CaO or calcium dioxide. 63% is from cement clean dust is CaO or calcium dioxide. This is a very huge amount of calcium dioxide. The cement contains 62%. This amount, if we recycling it, if we recycling the cement clean dust, we will have two options or two benefits. The first one will be reduces the production of cement, which reduce the carbon dioxide emission, as the emission of CO2 carbon dioxide releases from cement production is about 1 ton for 1 ton cement. 1 ton cement produces 1 ton of CO2, which is very amount of pollution and enhance in the greenhouse gases. The main greenhouse gases is from CO2. Cement production is in all countries of Africa. Egypt has the main amount. The huge amount is about 22 million tons. This is the capacity, and the consumption cement in Egypt is about 45 million tons in 2020. Our research is to try to use the CKD a great amount, as most of the research can substitution a small amount in concrete paste or concrete ingredients. About 10%, 20%. We use 60% of CKD and 40% of cement. This is the main and control mix. Without adding any addition or fly ash, the compressive strength of this mix, G2 or group 2, is about 4.5 Newton per millimeter. The control after 28 days was 32 Newton per millimeter. This is about reduction in 7 times the strength. The strength deducted by 7 times. When we added fly ash to this mix by different percentage, 10%, 20%, 30%, the amount of strength increases by a very accepted ratio. For 10%, the strength increased from 4.5 Newton per millimeter to 11 Newton per millimeter. For 20% fly ash, the strength increased to be 17.87 Newton millimeters, and for 30%, the strength is increased to be 18.89%. This value increased 4 times the value of pure CKD and cement. This is, I think, is very valuable amount of strength. And also we test the splitting strength and the flexural strength. In the end, I want to ask everyone who realize these results and have an intention to release or reduce the pollution, to give his hand to us to make a huge project for all Africa countries to make an offer, find practical and very applicable solution to maximize the utilization of these large quantities of CKD. This is a gold on the surface of the land. We always search to the gold inside and mining the earth. But this materials is very important and valuable on the surface. Without any effort, we can use it and recycle it, and we will have a very good results, inshallah. Thank you very much for your attention, and any question, I will be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rafiq, for this interesting paper. And actually, any paper touches how to get benefit from the wastes, whatever this waste is. It is animal waste, agricultural waste, aquatic waste. It is a problem we are facing now in Egypt. As you know, by the way, how to get benefit from the aquatic weed. Now, in the National Water Research Center, we get benefit from this aquatic weed by converting this weed to electricity and to biogas. So we can use it for gas and everything, you know. Anyway, we'll move to the fourth paper. practical size effect on the mechanical and the physical property of the mahogany sawdust particle board made from with pearl bone glue by Suvodan Drovin. Hello, Suvodan, are you with us? Mr. Suvodan. Side this much. Mr. Suvodan, are you hear us? Please move. Okay, let's move to the last technical paper. Aromatic polyamide membrane for water desalination grafted with polymer acrylic acid by Dr. Rafat Abu Zaid. Okay, you have 10 minutes and go ahead, the floor for you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. With you, Dr. Amira Mari, the second author on the research with Dr. Rafat Abu Zaid. It's an honor to me to be with you in the second day of in the conference in Labor Institutes. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Dashan. Let's start. The paper entitled Aromatic polyamide membranes aromatic polyamide membrane for water desalination grafted with copolymer acrylic acid. Before we begin, let's talk about the different water sources. We all know about the deficiency of water in Egypt and other countries. So different researchers and scientists lead to find another sources of water, like desalinations, which is remove or decreasing the salinity from the waters, and the treatment of sewage or treatment of waste waters to find another sources of waters to treat the deficiency of it. Let's begin discuss about the article. We make another membranes by aromatic polyamide membranes, which are grafted with acrylic acids. To improve its mechanical properties. Our membrane from organic compounds like aromatic polyamide membranes from monomer metaphenylene diamine and isophysalloid chlorides, and treated it with acrylic acid to make it or to improve it with its mechanical properties and improve its mechanical strength and the tensile. Different types of salinity or different types of water. Fresh waters, which is the salinity is less than 1000 ppm or part per million. But according to the Water Health Organization, or less than 500 part per million salts. The highly saline waters is ocean waters, which over than 35,000 part per million of salts. Graft polymerizations is a process which we put a monomers on the backbone of the polymers, because we will meet this word in many times. These shapes discuss the different types of water salinity from fresh waters, which is less than 5 parts per 1,000, and the high salinity waters, which is the brine waters. Brine waters is over than 45,000 parts per million, but parts per 1,000 over than 50. The introduction. Our membrane is made from metaphenylene isophosphalamide chloride by condensation reaction at low temperatures. But our membrane was grafted with acrylic acid to improve the mechanical and thermal properties. This is a new. The preparations of polymetaphenylene isophosphalamide from metaphenylene diamine and N,N-dimethyl acetamide, and after stirring for 1 hour, then let the membrane stirred for another hours to remove the amino acids or the remained acids. In becomes 480 Celsius degree. The product is membrane with white fibrous precipitates. After preparations of the membrane, we grafted it by a percent or specific percent of acrylic acids, which is another polymer to improve it. After the preparations, we discussed different effects of rules like solvents and the monomer and the addition of polymers. The effective of solvents. The solvent must have low boiling points and evaporates easily and chemically inert. The effect of polymers. In increase of the polymer, the thickness of the membrane will increase, but we stop at a specific ratio like 0.8 from polymer and 13 from solvent and 0.3 from the additive. The effect of lithium chloride salts. We put the lithium chloride salts to promote the solubility of the polymer with the solvent or the amide type of solvent. This table indicates the different reactions of polymer solvent additives with the membrane, and we examined the swelling and conversion gelation persons. The initiator concentration, we used benzoyl peroxide to initiate the chemical reactions, but by increasing the initiator concentrations, the free radical will increase, so the swelling percent will increase. But this will form a cross-linked structure which prevented the penetration of water molecules. We stopped at 18% of acrylic of benzoyl peroxide. The suitable monomer concentration is 8%. By increasing the monomer concentration, the swelling will increase and conversion gelations percent will decrease. Temperature is the most significant factors in graft copolymerization, but above 14 Celsius, the swelling percent will decrease and conversion gelation is the same also. The reaction time. The reaction time, we make a variation from 15 to 30 minutes, but above 30 minutes, we found that the swelling percent will decrease, so we stopped at 30 minutes. Alkaline treatment of membranes by sodium carbonate to form electrolyte CONA, which give high swelling behavior for good membrane for reverse osmosis characteristics. This figure represented the presence of the functional groups of the membrane in metaphenylene isophosphalamides. And the other graph is the mechanical property, which represents the mechanical properties of tensile strength and the elongation of the membrane, which is the specific characteristics for our membrane to stress the outside pressures. Tensile strength will increase gradually, but elongation will decrease. The degradation of the membrane. We must examine the membrane for degradation under high temperatures. The first or initial stage, the occurred degradation to the membrane from 200 to 300 Celsius, which occurred dehydration of the gained moisture. The second stage, over 300 Celsius, occurred degradation of the side groups. And the last stage, degradation above 350 Celsius, occurred degradation for the complete grafted polyamide membrane grafted with acrylic acids. So when we compare between the membrane without grafted with acrylic acids and our membrane, we found that our membranes are grafted with acrylic acids, which give thermal or highly thermal stability towards the outside conditions. The FGIR, which represented the membrane without addition of acrylic acids and different percent of acrylic acid, 6%, 12%, and 18%. Scanning electron microscope examines the presence of pore size on the membrane. The first slide, which is the membrane without addition of acrylic acid percent. The second, the 3, and the fourth, the presence of smaller pores on the surface membranes, which increases the porosity of the membrane to swelling more waters. The final parameters are the two most important parameters, which is the water flux and the salt rejections, that we must examine the membrane for two important rules. The effect of solvent evaporations and temperature evaporations. We found, but increasing the temperature, the salt rejection increase, but decrease in water flux, and the evaporation time, but increase by increasing the evaporation time, reduce in water flux and increase in salt rejections. This is because a dense structure is produced. And the two tables represented the effect of evaporation temperature and the evaporation time. The alkaline treatment of our membrane, we make a difference between the membrane without addition of acrylic acids and treated membranes. We found the membrane treated with acrylic acids give high salt rejections and high water flux. The pressures, we examine the membrane under pressures, and the membrane is give a good properties, less than 40 bars. The salt rejection and water flux. And finally, we make a polymer and the polymer ratio. We found the feed concentration increases by addition of acrylic acids less than 12%, and the salt rejection also. Finally, we produced a membrane from polymetaphenylene diamine and examined it with different characteristics like FHIR, scanning electron microscopes. We found that our membrane, when grafted with acrylic acid, give high thermal stability and mechanical properties. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. for this interesting paper. And please let me go back, maybe Dr. Sufidan online. Dr. Sufidan, are you heard me? Dr. Sufidan, you hear me? I see. Okay. Before we go to the discussion open, I think we thank all of you and Dr. Abdullah Dahshan and all of us. Thanks for your presentation, Dr. Agabase Junibati, Engineer Said Ali, Dr. Muhammad Ahmad Abdul Qadir, and Dr. Rafi, and Dr. Azza Anan, Dr. Sufidan Drubi, and Dr. Rafat Abu Zid, and Dr. Is your name. Okay, thank you. And I think now we open the floor for discussion. Anybody have a question? Okay, so please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I have a question to Dr. Rafiq about the fly ash. The process we have here just now is very nice method to purify the climate and purify the environment, and in the same time to use it to improve the mechanical properties of cement. Practically, I see that I think in practice it is very complicated process to collect this fly ash, and it will be very inconvenient and very expensive one. I wanted to ask you if we use nanotechnology to improve this mechanical properties of the cement, would it be much more better and easier and even cheaper? This is my question.
Thank you very much. For me, it is not the first research in the field of finished many research, and I was a supervisor for a PhD about the cement clean dust. Our goal of research is to improve the properties of CKD, which added to the cement by many materials. We have already studied the silica fume. We have already studied the fly ash. We have planning.
Colleagues, I think there's a problem in the Obur side where the presenters are standing. It's not really there anymore. So please, can the colleagues in Obur to find out the technical problem? Thank you. So, colleagues, I think the colleagues should be where on in Obur state is not really connected. We are waiting for them to reconnect. We will give them like, and I will take this opportunity to call upon the presenters to send us their presentations and to avail it for us so we will be able to share it with other colleagues who are interested in having this presentation. Also, I would like to bring to your kind attention that the book for abstract is ready. You can download it from the website, and this is since yesterday. Also, I bring your attention to the registration forms, which is highlighted by the secretary.
It is not. Yeah. Okay. See, when we increase the amount of flash, we will increase the cost. So we didn't need to increase the amount about 30% because the optimization ratio is 20%.
Okay, but away from the. Yes.
I think colleagues from Labor, presenters, you are out for a while. So can we please repeat the answer you just highlighted to the question given by Professor Dr. Abdullah Dasham, please, so for the benefit of all the attendees in this meeting.
For nanotechnology, we are already use the silica fume, which is in size of nano, and we will try to make the fly ash in nano size and make another research to see results and the effect of nano, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody online have a question to Dr. Rafi? The floor? Okay, Dr. go ahead. You ask yours.
As I can see, I need to ask Professor Rafi about the reason of increasing the strength when you added fly ash. You can see the strength is increasing while adding the fly ash. The second question
Let's
is.
finish the first. This is a very good question. Why is the strength increased when we add silica fume or fly ash? Fly ash is pozzolanic materials. What is the pozzolanic materials? Pozzolanic materials is materials which make a big amount of cement gel. When we add water to cement, this is hydration process. Hydration process produce calcium silicate hydrate, microcrystalline hydrate, and sodium hydroxide or calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide. The fly ash, when we add it, act with this sodium calcium hydroxide and make an additional amount of gel, calcium silicate hydrates, which is responsible for the strength. The strength of cement produced by this gel, by this material, by this calcium silicate hydrate. When we add fly ash to the mix, it acts with the sodium hydroxide and make another amount and additional amount of the gel, which makes the increase in strength. I answer.
Okay.
The second question.
I forget Can you repeat it again, please?
The second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I need to know your vision about the utilization or to maximize the utilization of CKD in Egypt and globally in Africa. If you have a strategical planning,
from our
have a
stand
vision
here-
for that. I'd like to ask Professor Rafiq about his vision to maximize the utilization of CKD in Egypt and globally in Africa.
The problem of use CKD is a big amount of colorine ions in its ingredients. So we can't use in the reinforced concrete, but we can use it in plain concrete and other production like bricks, like pavements of roads, like any other plain concrete productions. We are going to make a project, and I ask from my stand here for a call or for a project by our partners in African Union to contribute with their effort, give us their effort and their hands to make a big project to analyze all the solutions to use cement clean dust in applicable solution. Because this will reduce the production of cement by about 20% and the pollution of environment about 20%. This is my vision, and I hope all of us have the same.
Thank you again, Dr. Rafi.
Thank you very much.
Another question? Any
Yes.
question for the
Yes.
4 or the 5 technical paper?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
My question still goes to Rafiq. By increasing the fly, by adding the fly ash into it, it increased the strength, that is the static response he gave in one of the questions that was asked. However, what I want to ask, by the addition of that fly ash and increasing the strength, what is the workability and what is the dehydration rate? Like the curing, when you make the concrete, you cure it. Does it reduce the curing period for the concrete? Does it affect the workability of the concrete? And how does it do that, please?
Yes, the workability reduces by adding fly ash, and we have to add high range water reducer to reach our required workability. Setting time, maybe I think you asked about the setting time.
Yes. I think they are out again.
Yeah, you're true. You're true. Yeah, they're back up.
Any question?
Yes, we didn't hear the response because your line was out. The response to the question.
Okay, about the workability, so there is a reduction in the workability, and we have to add high range water reducers. About the workability, about the setting time, initial and final, I think it is a little bit increasing. Not too much.
Okay, is it okay with you, sir?
Another question, but I can see people raising their hand. Chair, please. People have raised their hand for questions.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Chiari. And I think we have Abdurrahman Amin. Please, Professor, have the floor.
Okay, any question? Go ahead, please. We are waiting for you.
Professor Abdurrahman, unmute yourself because we can't hear you.
لا ده بيتكلم الادمن عشان يانميوت الناس الثانيه يا شيخ. بيتكلم الادمن.
Professor Abdurrahman, you are muted.
We can't hear you, Professor Abdurrahman. We can see the video, but your camera is working, but not your mic. No, it's not working. Your mic is not working properly.
Okay, go ahead, please. Any question? Dr. Rafi, with you.
Okay, by the time we are waiting for Professor Abdurrahman Amin to fix his mic because we can see him, but we can't hear him well. So you have a problem in the mic, Professor Abdurrahman. I see Dr. Rafiq was saying that Professor Rafiq was saying that he wants to African Union to really work together in more improving the study and to see how we can benefit from it. I think this is a very good opinion. We will discuss it in more details, Professor, and we will be happy to work closely with you. The thing I had in my mind right now, what is the future of such findings? Like you have a finding today, which is cheaper, it's more eco, and it serves the environment. What is the future when we are going for prototyping or production, or how we take it from the research side now to the marketplace? Is there any steps you communicate with some of the cement companies in Egypt to discuss with them to move forward your product from the pre-prototype, let me say, to, because we needed to take it to production and to design a kind of production line, a prototyping, and so on. Can you just highlight some of these points for us? Thank you.
I think Egypt on the way to improve and to get the company for dealing with this waste. As I know, up till now, we are dealing with the garbage and the aquatic waste and the animal waste. The government is going to make more company for dealing with this in order to get benefit from this waste, as I know up till now.
Thank you very much indeed. I think Professor Abdurrahman is still to have the floor. So please try to talk to us.
Okay, go ahead.
Professor Abdurrahman, can you just disconnect your earrings and to start to use directly the mic of your computer, because it's not working like this. We can't hear you.
Okay, go, Doctor. Dr. Abdurrahman.
You can type on the side chat if he's having challenge.
Yeah, that's another way. Okay, Professor Abdurrahman, we can't hear you. So
yes, exactly.
if you are able to type on the chat, so we can take your question and then we can respond to it.
Right.
Okay, so I
We
think
can
Professor Magdi, the floor back to you, and I can advise Professor Abdurrahman to look out and come back to the meeting, so maybe to reset the system itself to become a more efficient to hearing. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you, Professor Magdi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. And actually, we cannot wait prolong the time. Anyway, just deliver your writing question. We have to move. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Okay, I think any other question for any 5 presenting paper? Nothing. Thank you, Dr. Rafi. You are the only one with the question. Now I think we'll move to the rest or the heads. Thank you, and we'll come back after 20 minutes. We'll come back after 20 minutes. Please keep the time on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Magdi, for helping us during this session, and we appreciate the effort and your support, Professor Magdi Hosni, for this session. Colleagues, as stated very clear by the chair of the ECHO 3, that we are on a break for 20 minutes. See you after 20 minutes and enjoy your coffee break. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. And actually, we are looking forward to see you in reality. Okay, don't forget.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
achieve the African Union's vision for an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena, Africa must invest in its greatest resource, its people. The Department of Human Resources, Science and Technology coordinates and implements the African Union's agenda on human resource development, promoting science and technology for development and investing in Africa's youth demographic. Its mandate is delivered through its 3 divisions, namely the Human Resource and Youth Development Division, the Education Division, and the Science and Technology Division.
Over 83 million children are still out of school. Can you imagine the figure? It is staggering. At the same time, it is threatening. So we need to work on our educational systems. Every child should have the opportunity to go to school. It is a fundamental right. It is not an option. It's not an obligation. It should be a right. Whether you use the education for something else is another point of discussion. But what is fundamental is that we should be able to read and write. People are talking about that there's no job. There are jobs, but we don't have skilled people for it. So our education system should speak to the future of work. And to speak to the future of work is to make sure you have the right curriculum now that can speak to the future of work. We know about Agenda 2063 and the vision of Agenda 2063. And Agenda 2063 as the blueprint of the Africa we want by 2063. And it's divided into 5 phases because it's 50 years. The first phase is the first 10 years. And under these first 10 years, we have 3 strategies within the department. The Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024 is under the division of Science, Technology and Innovation, and is a strategy developed by the Africans themselves for the Africa we want. Because if we speak transformation, if we speak technology, if we speak education, if we speak potable water, electricity, good health, etc., it is science and technology. That is why we have STISA 2024.
In addition to the overarching STISA strategy, the African Union is implementing several Agenda 2063 flagship projects aimed at advancing higher education and integration and use of science and technology to promote industrialization and economic growth, namely the African Virtual and e-University, which promotes the use of ICT-based programs to increase access to tertiary and continuing education in Africa by reaching large numbers of students and professionals in multiple sites simultaneously. It aims to develop relevant and high-quality open, distance and e-learning resources to offer students guaranteed access to the university from anywhere in the world at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Outer Space Strategy, which aims to strengthen Africa's use of outer space and satellite technologies to bolster its development across various fields, including agriculture, disaster management, remote sensing, climate forecasting, banking and finance, as well as defense and security, and to develop a regional market for space products in Africa.
Space is a very important sector for this continent, and as a matter of fact for the whole world. Space is an area where we can do investment in space, we can develop technology that we never thought about. When we say science for science, is undertaking some scientific research that we have no idea what will be the outcome. And space is one of those. When the president of the US, John Kennedy, decided back in the 60s to go to the moon, he had no idea what type of technology will approve with that particular project. And today, our daily lives, each and everyone is pretty much affected by technology coming out of space. At the level of the continent, our head of states have realized the importance of that element. That's why they came up with the outer space flagship of Africa. How can space benefit African agriculture? For instance, if you take all what we are talking about, precision agriculture, the use of prediction, so that you can predict your harvest. These are just few elements. The management of natural resources, whether it's water, land resources, mapping, etc. Other elements, like even disease control, all those are elements that space science can contribute into resolving. And in addition to that, before I came here, I was talking about the single African air market, which is also related to the issue of navigation and positioning. If today we are having planes that are landing softer than before because of the advances in satellite navigation. So all those, I think, are really, I should say, things that are coming from the investment in space. And the African continent is really looking forward and is geared really to further investing in space by of course, putting in place the African Space Agency, which will be based in Egypt, to ensure that Africa can really benefit from the technology, the space technology, space science that will be happening.
Creating opportunities for development, growth, and self-actualization for Africa's youth is one of the key aspirations of Agenda 2063, which emphasizes the importance of Africa's development being inclusive, people-driven, and relying on the potential of all African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children. The HRST department implements various programs targeting young people, and key of these initiatives is the 1 Million by 2021 program, which aims to reach 1 million young people in Africa by creating opportunities for them around the 4 E's of employment, entrepreneurship, education, and engagement.
What is the vision behind the 1 Million by 2021 initiative? It is that vision that before our mandate ends by 2021, we should be able to empower, capacitate at least 1 million youth by 2021 in 4 key areas, which we refer to as the 4 E's. The E of education, the E of employment, the E of entrepreneurship, and the E of engagement. Engagement with the youth is very important. It is good to know their mental balance and what they think and what they want. And that is why that engagement is there. And that engagement does not only end in just discussing with them, but also attaching them to mentors, because we believe in mentorship and leadership. If we say that the youth are the future of tomorrow, that future begins today. And they must be given the space to start existing within whatever we are doing today. We also speak about TVET is one of the clusters of the continental education strategy for Africa. TVET opportunities at both secondary and tertiary levels. And you see, this year, we signed last year an MOU with World Skills. And then now we told them that, can you make a World Skills Africa? So that also we can enhance TVET training. Because what is at the background of many parents is that, I don't want my child to do TVET. TVET is for the low class. No, TVET is for those who can actually create and innovate. So it should be for the best of minds. So we need people to get into TVET.
The HRST department also coordinates the activities of several technical institutions. The AU Scientific, Technical and Research Commission, which implements the AU Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa and promotes African research activities, including entrenching the culture of use of scientific and technological research. The African Observatory of Science, Technology and Innovation, which champions the use of science, technology and innovation to support sustainable development in Africa. The Pan-African University, which promotes higher education and research focusing on technology, innovation, humanities, social sciences, governance and regional integration. the International Centre for Girls and Women's Education in Africa, which works to promote the education of girls and women so as to empower them to achieve their economic, social, and cultural ambitions. And the Pan-African Institute for Education for Development, African Observatory for Education, which aims to promote quality, responsive and inclusive education development by ensuring African countries have a robust and functional education management information system. Find out more about Agenda 2063 and the work of the African Union in promoting youth empowerment, education, science and technology by visiting www.au.int. Achieve the African Union's vision for an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena, Africa must invest in its greatest resource, its people. The Department of Human Resources, Science and Technology coordinates and implements the African Union's agenda on human resource development, promoting science and technology for development and investing in Africa's youth demographic. Its mandate is delivered through its 3 divisions, namely the Human Resource and Youth Development Division, the Education Division, and the Science and Technology Division.
Over 83 million children are still out of school. Can you imagine the figure? It is staggering. At the same time, it is threatening. So we need to work on our educational systems. Every child should have the opportunity to go to school. It is a fundamental right. It is not an option. It's not an obligation. It should be a right. Whether you use the education for something else is another point of discussion. But what is fundamental is that we should be able to read and write. People are talking about that there is no job. There are jobs, but we don't have skilled people for it. So our education system should speak to the future of work. And to speak to the future of work is to make sure you have the right curriculum now that can speak to the future of work. We know about Agenda 2063 and the vision of Agenda 2063. And Agenda 2063 as the blueprint of the Africa we want by 2063. And it's divided into 5 phases because it's 50 years. The first phase is the first 10 years. And under these first 10 years, we have 3 strategies within the department. The Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024 is under the division of Science, Technology and Innovation, and is a strategy developed by the Africans themselves for the Africa we want. Because if we speak transformation, if we speak technology, if we speak education, if we speak potable water, electricity, good health, etc., it is science and technology. That is why we have STISA 2024.
In addition to the overarching STISA strategy, the African Union is implementing several Agenda 2063 flagship projects aimed at advancing higher education and integration and use of science and technology to promote industrialization and economic growth, namely the African Virtual and e-University, which promotes the use of ICT-based programs to increase access to tertiary and continuing education in Africa by reaching large numbers of students and professionals in multiple sites simultaneously. It aims to develop relevant and high-quality open, distance and e-learning resources to offer students guaranteed access to the university from anywhere in the world at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Outer Space Strategy, which aims to strengthen Africa's use of outer space and satellite technologies to bolster its development across various fields, including agriculture, disaster management, remote sensing, climate forecasting, banking and finance, as well as defense and security, and to develop a regional market for space products in Africa.
Space is a very important sector for this continent, and as a matter of fact for the whole world. Space is an area where we can do investment in space, we can develop technology that we never thought about. When we say science for science, is undertaking some scientific research that we have no idea what will be the outcome. And space is one of those. When the president of the US, John Kennedy, decided back in the 60s to go to the moon, he had no idea what type of technology will approve with that particular project. And today, our daily lives, each and everyone is pretty much affected by technology coming out of space. At the level of the continent, our head of states have realized the importance of that element. That's why they came up with the outer space flagship of Africa. How can space benefit African agriculture, for instance? If you take all what we are talking about, precision agriculture, the use of prediction, so that you can predict your harvest. These are just a few elements. The management of natural resources, whether it's water, land resources, mapping, etc. Other elements, like even disease control, all those are elements that space science can contribute into resolving. And in addition to that, before I came here, I was talking about the single African air market, which is also related to the issue of navigation and positioning. If today we are having planes that are landing softer than before because of the advances in navigation. So all those, I think, are really
please have a
share.
You are going to start, please. Hello, Dr. Ahmed Hamdi. Dr. Ahmed Hamdi, you hear me? Hello, Dr. Ahmed Hamdi. Hear me?
So I got you very well, Professor Mandi. Yes, I hear you very well.
Okay. Thank you for getting with us. Please, we have some recommendation here, and you hear the research of Dr. Rafi and the Obor Institute. They proposed to deliver a project with the cooperation with the African Union for getting some fund so we can complete the research to be in a wide range. So please, maybe include it in your recommendation about the conference. They ask you to do that, please.
We'll talk about this at the end of the conference.
Okay.
We'll talk.
And Dr. Abdullah Chashan and the researcher here, we are talking about this at the end of this conference. So take it in your mind, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Noted. Noted. Thank you very much indeed. I think we are going to the next session, and this next session is going to be on the informatics and big data for urbanization and megacities management in Africa. And this session is going to be moderated, if I'm not mistaken, by Professor Dr. Khalid Al-Bahnasi. Am I right?
One.
It was actually to be moderated by Dr. Medhat Mukhtar, but Professor Dr. Medhat Mukhtar, my understanding, is not able.
Sir. Yes, sir, and we agreed that Dr. Magdi Hosni will complete this session, and Dr. Khalid Al-Bahnasi will begin starting from the session Big Data 1.
Thank you very much indeed. It was oversighting from my end. Thank you, Professor Magdi Hosni, for helping us through this session. And I hope the presenters for the keynote address is around. The session is yours, Professor Dr. Magdi Hosni, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. It's my pleasure, actually. Now I think the time for starting the first keynotes with the address of II for Smart and Effective Megacities by Professor Gongo Key, the President of the World Federation of the Engineering Organizations. So please, you hear me? Professor Gongo Key. Professor Kangati with us. Are you hear me?
I think the first presenter, Professor Gongo Key, is not around yet. So we can start with the second presenter, which I'm trying to find out if he's around.
He's around.
He's
second
around.
Second presenter.
Okay, so we can start with the second presenter. In the meanwhile, the Secretariat are requested to communicate with Professor Gongaki to find out where he is. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So he'll join us later, okay? Okay. So let's now, I think we'll start with second keynotes with the title. Okay, with the title of the Connectively and the Smart Energy Management in Mega Cities by Professor Kamidal Adibasi, University of Manchester Metropolitan University, United Kingdom. Are you with us? Okay, the floor for you, and you have 20 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks, participants, all protocol duly observed. It's a great privilege to be here with everyone, and it's a great privilege to present in this first conference on engineering. My name has been introduced. My name is Bamidele Adebisi. I'm a professor in Intelligent Infrastructure Systems at Manchester Met. I lead a team of engineers in a group known as Smart Infrastructure. This group are divided into about 3 sub-teams. The first team is Smart Energy System. These are guys that work in the area of energy system integration and intelligence. And we have other groups looking at connectivity, Internet of Things, 5G, and the rest. They look at digital signal processing, data analytics using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the third group, they use mathematical modeling, things like digital twin. By digital twin, we mean using software to create a digital replica of a physical asset. And we apply this in various areas, including smart cities, water management, energy management, intelligent transport, industry 4.0, health, and many, many other areas. So But in particular, this group in particular, we kind of are very good at using our derived expertise to underpin several knowledge transfer partnership. As at July 2020, we were top 5 in the UK when it comes to transferring knowledge from university to industry. And many of these projects, they've brought about first to market disruptive technologies. They've led to significant growth. They've driven growth and created many jobs. Example is a project that my colleague, Professor Al-Hussein Al-Baba, is currently working with the NHS. That's our health services to develop smart locking systems. This is good for people with dementia. It helps staff to access building and so on. I have another colleague, Professor William Hodaban, that is looking at using storage, such as battery, to reduce the energy consumption at seaports. So this thing is called gantry. It's a crane that is used for moving things from one part of the other in the seaport, and they consume a lot of energy. So it's currently combining energy storage, so that's battery, using that with solar panels and other energy technology to reduce carbon footprints. We also have colleagues working in the area of advanced condition monitoring, rail infrastructure, transferring this, working with a company known as Unipat Rail in the UK. Most of these projects are very, very successful. like I said, we are top 5 in the UK in terms of the number of projects that are within the university at any particular point in time. Another example is this project, which I was involved in. I led for about 3 years. It was like transforming this mechanical standpipe for water management. So we use our experience in IoT, in wireless sensors, and smart technology, and GPS. We transformed that mechanical standpipe into smart standpipe. So in the past, people will rent this standpipe if they want to construct in a construction site, or they want to clean streets or clean windows on city center. So that's when they usually take a loan of this standpipe. So, and when you come back, it will just, you go pay how much you have used. So what we've done is we've turned that into just, not just a mechanical standby with mechanical meter. We have smart meters now. It tells you where you are in the city, number of smart meters that have been rented out, and many information that we didn't even know was possible before we can now do. So that project, when it was completed, was awarded outstanding. Only 10% of projects always get that. And at the end of it, in 2020, that project was awarded the best knowledge transfer project across the whole of the UK. So that particular standpipe now, we've now adding multiple sensors to that, so that it's not just telling us about the metering, meaning how much water you have used. It's telling us the quality of the water in terms of chemical content, bio content, monitoring the infrastructure, the whole network, the pressure within the water on the ground, the location of the people using the standpipe. And we're now combining artificial intelligence so that it can tell us more information about the water. So that's just an example of how you can transform something that is, implicitly dumb to something that is quite smart, using connectivity and so on. So today, actually, in the remaining minutes that I have, I'll be talking about connectivity and all that in the area of smart infrastructure in mega cities. So just to give us, so that we are all on the same page, when we talked about smart city, we talked about smart infrastructure, or we use the whole word smart in any case. What does it really mean? Okay, this is what we're talking about. And sorry for those who already know this, but I think we should all be on the same page. First is that, look, you want to know something about something. You want to know what is happening to that bridge on the street. You want to know how many people going on the bridge every time. And you want to know whether that bridge can actually take the number of cars that are going on it, and many other things that you want to know. So the first thing is, how do you know that? You insert sensors based on what you really want to find out. So that is sensing. So that sensor acquire data from the asset. Okay, but that data itself is, it's useless because it's just data. It's just random number. So you need to convert it into information. So that information could be, oh, it's hot, it is cold. it is hot, it is cold. That's his information. That information also is, not very meaningful, because now you know something is hot, or well, that bridge is okay, but what does that mean in relation to cars? So because you then have multiple sensors, you analyze it, and that gives you information about, not just information about one sensor or sensing component, but also multiple. And with that, you have knowledge. So knowledge is great, but when it's not applied, it's useless. Then hence, you want to actually close the loop by using the acquired knowledge, and then you create an intervention protocol by saying, well, it's too hot, reduce the temperature, open the window, do something like that, and so on. And that is a closed loop of kind of making all that happen. So, so in that, you have create like a data, not just sensing. Remember, when you acquire the data and you want to acquire multiple data, most of them are not in the same place. That's where you need connectivity. So you need communication technologies to make that happen. And then you come to a particular platform where you can perform data analytics using machine learning or any kind of algorithm. You make sense of that data, and then you have wisdom. I hope that's clear. So again, what is unique in terms of the research that we do within my team, the team that I lead, is the fact we are privileged to be on a very unique part of Manchester. That part is a particular area is called Oxford Road Corridor. So it's a very long road from the city. So at the one end of it, you have the city council, and at the other end of it, you have so at one end of it, you have the city council, which is this side, and at the other end, you have one of the largest hospitals. Okay, in between, you have on one side, University of Manchester, over 30,000 students are in that university. At the other end, you have Manchester Metropolitan University, again, 30,000 university and several thousands of staff. Then you have Royal College of Music, you have, many other things happening on this road. Hence, it's a very good place to actually demonstrate any new technology. So we're fortunate to work, first and foremost, we receive a 10 million from government and about 6 million from industrial partners, £1 million in 2016, to work with about 23 partners. That include BT, Transport for Greater Manchester, many other Siemens, and many other industries. This particular project was led by Cisco and the Manchester City Council. So over that 2 kilometers corridor that I just presented, showed you earlier on, we have 21 partners looking at connectivity. So we connected from trams and train to bus stops. We connected even light posting, electric light posts. We connected them with buildings. Some buildings were optimized, and all these are connected. And we'll try to see how the whole of this connectivity and acquiring data can help us to have understanding of what is happening with all these various assets. So, for example, at the bus stop, you have information about when the next bus is going to come. You have information about the bus that just left, and so on and so forth. And whoever is around this, there's safety. So you are safe because there's lighting and the CCTV that is connected centrally and is monitoring everything that is going on. Again, while that project was going on, and when I say we, it's some group of people within the previous project. We kind of got about 29 million euros from the European Union to work with 22 partners across Europe, about 5 countries over 5 years, on the same corridor. Okay, so where we install, different electric assets from PV to the rest. I will show that in the next slide. I started by, I bought 2 electric vehicles when we started. Actually, today my university has over 18, not just for many activities, but also for research. So we started with these 2. Now some of our diesel cars are being changed to electric vehicle. So we optimize some of our buildings in the university, both Manchester University and University of Manchester Metropolitan University as well. I see the interesting thing is that all these are connected to a central power platform. So it's known as Manchester Eye, where all the data can be analyzed. Then we work with Siemens, like I said, in Okay. Can you still see my slide? No.
Try to make share screen again.
Okay, I'm doing that now. Okay, I think you can see it now, right? Great. So so the Siemens, we work with Siemens to develop something that is known as virtual power plant, or you can call it central controller. So this central controller has all the information about the various assets, from the electric vehicle that is being charged to the solar panel to the building management system. To we have bikes, we have several e-cargo bikes that move things from one part, like food items or stationaries, from one building of the university to another building, and we use it for delivery of various sorts. So now our university campus was also used as a demonstrator. So we have a campus known as, we call it Bailiffy campus. So that campus is very interesting because it has an office in the middle, and then we have student halls of residence around it. And next to it, we have the energy center, where all the combined heat energy and different kind of energy system are installed. And we have very large battery. Maybe you can see it on the right, bottom to the right. Like a very large battery of 5 kilowatt hour. On the roof of the building also, we install about 157 kilowatt PV. So we use this to now as a living lab. By living lab, we mean a research center. Is like a lab. It's actually, it involves real people. So the students, for example, in their hall of residence, demonstrate normal places where people live. And the building in the middle is like an office, okay, a very large office. So the students leave their homes, which is next to the office, and move to the building, office building in the afternoon. So we're able to use this central controller to optimize the use of energy and consumption of energy. And we know when to charge the battery, when to charge the electric vehicles, and so on and so forth, optimizing the use of the solar panel. So that project, that particular building, actually won the Public Building Energy Project of the Year in 2018 between ourselves and Manchester and Siemens. So around 2016, I was really very privileged, I would say, to be one of the people that got a grant from the EPSRC. EPSRC is the major grant funder, research funder in the UK. We got 2 million, 1 million to the UK, 1 million to South Korea. And what the project that we're doing is called peer-to-peer energy trading. By peer-to-peer energy trading, we mean how can you create an Uber for energy, or another example would be Airbnb for energy. So how do you make people that are participating within energy sector to be able to sell energy to them directly without going through a central entity? So it's like eBay, or Amazon. So you have a solar panel on your roof, you have electric vehicle, and and so on. You are going on holiday, you don't want to waste that energy. Do you want to donate it to your church or mosque? Do you want to sell it to your neighbor, and things like that? So at the minute, that is not possible. So what we did at that time was to actually create an algorithm to make this happen. So ourselves, Manchester Met University, we work with Oxford University, University of Bath, Imperial College, and 5 South Korean institutions to develop this platform. I mean, it was really a very successful project. We were able to publish so many papers, highly innovative. However, as you know, with this kind of project that are fundamental, they are not really directly applied immediately. Again, another fortunate thing that happened with me, particularly my group, is that we then got a fund from the Department for International Development, DFID, and Innovate UK. So to transfer that knowledge into a real life environment. So we got this £600,000, which is a project we are currently doing in Nigeria, in Abuja. So we're working with a Nigerian company called VIA, and a UK company called Q Energy. So I'm leading the research aspect. And what we're doing basically is replicate what we did in theory in a practical environment. So there's a school in Kuje area of Abuja. We install some solar panel on their roof and some batteries and smart metering everywhere. We also connect everything to their generator and to the grid as well. Then we selected about 10 buildings around them from the local community. We install some solar panels and batteries depending on the assets and things that are available. And there's a local shop also, which we did the same thing. And all of them are connected, well metered. And what is happening is that during the day, for example, when people in the houses have gone to work, we kind of connect their home and the batteries in their home and the PV, the school start, use them. So which reduce the energy that the generator, maybe they don't even need to put down their generator, and the energy that they need from the grid. And in the evening when, the school is not already, they are all sleeping or not necessarily needing their energy. Well, the battery from the school and their intervention can also be powering the local community. Again, this has been on for about 2 years plus now. And then actually in October, we'll be launching this. The whole of the things have been installed. Everything is kind of working to some extent now. We're finalizing that. And we'll be launching this in October. So this is the picture of the school, Capital Science Academy in Abuja, and the community around it. They called Dafara community. So these are some of our installations. Like the houses around it, some of them, they don't have enough facility. They're not strong enough for us to actually put PV solar panel on their roof because they're not very strong. So we're a bit innovative. So we created a tent, like a car park, not far from them, where we install all these things. So this is the platform. So this platform kind of tells us what is going on in all the different houses, the school, and we're able to balance and the cost from each of them. So at the end of the month, the aim will be, well, whoever gives more energy, you pay them. Some people who use so much, then you pay. So there's a platform that is charging each of them in a very smart way. I'm rounding up now. There's another project we're working with Canada, which is using artificial intelligence is something called energy as a service. So basically you optimize people's consumption and reduce the use or the emission of carbon. As I'm rounding up, I just want to round up by talking about the whole idea of electric vehicle in this. So just picture is saying, in the UK, average consumption in a house in the UK is about 9 kilowatt hour. So average consumption in the house. But the current, there's a Tesla car, the one that I'm showing here, that has an average of 90 kilowatt energy, right? So 90 kilowatt hour, and this is 2021. Actually, there are some that are going to be double of this in the next couple of years. So that means one electric vehicle could power 10 households in the UK. So if you have a street with, 20 houses, that means, you just need 2 electric vehicles, 2 of them to own electric vehicle, theoretically. And I mean, practically, we may need to do some tweaking here and there, but that is theoretically what is possible. Can you charge your electric vehicle at work? Because the car is actually sit there 9 hours the whole day. You can charge that with PV, and when you come home, you can use your electric vehicle to power the whole of, not just your house, but the street by selling it to them. So that's the next kind of research we are looking into. We are beginning to look at the characteristics of different vehicles, how they behave, how we can use them, how they are charged, how we can harvest all the energy from the cars when they are parked, as they are moving and charging, and to create new business model that make it attractive and to help to change people's behavior so that we can address climate issues. So how do we work with the airport, universities, city council, estate owners, and the rest? And how can we create value from all this? So because when you create value, you attract business, you attract business models. So I know my time is running out, so I'm just rounding up now. So in summary, when you're looking at smart infrastructure, smart megacity, when you want to make things smart, the first thing I really want to hint on, really, because I think as in Africa, we'll have a great opportunity here. Like I heard in one of the presentation earlier on, that we can leapfrog, we can actually jump ahead. We do not have some of the legacies that they have in the Western world. We can actually jump ahead and make things work. The mistakes that we made in the Western world, we don't have to make that mistake. And that is first and foremost, is that you have the infrastructure and you have the society. That is the most, it's not just about, oh, we want to make everything smart. We want to make everything intelligent. No, first and foremost is what is the infrastructure and what is the people and what is the aim? The aim is that we want to improve outcomes. We want to improve overall well-being and the quality of life of the people. And therefore, we need to have that at the back of our minds. So the next, we have the infrastructure. We have to, sense and collect data. We have to communicate the data into a central server and analyze it. We need, decision making, and then we have to control and optimize internally a closed loop like that. But we need to understand that as we do all this, we need to not just engage with the citizen. It's not just about, oh, citizen people, this is what we are doing. Come and join us. No. We need to be proactive. The citizen needs to be part of it right from the beginning. They should be designers, not just users. They are not just people using it, but they are part of the design. The democratization of the decisions. And so it's about public, the public, what, where, and how needs to be decided by the public. And when we do that, we remember in the democratic system, we kind of have informed decision making at the parliament because people are informed. They can push their member of parliament to do what they think is good for them. And of course, all that leads to healthy, sustainable environment. So which include good governance, sustainable environment, strong economy. So it's not really about, well, we want to have good climate, but it's going to affect our economy. Or, well, we want good economy, but we don't need to care about the climate change. Actually, we can have both at the same time, which can improve outcome, improve well-being and quality of life. So in conclusion, mega city and the city of the future has to be smart. But actually, how do we to know whether it is smart or not? It's not the number of technology, connectivity, sensors that you apply. It is actually going to be measured by the well-being of the people, how much you are taking the well-being of the people into account. The smartness of smart infrastructure is just a concept. It's a journey. I don't think we will ever get to the end of it because, remember, if I was giving this presentation maybe 4 years ago and you asked me, what is smart city? What is smart mega city? I will give you a definition and maybe COVID will not be something at the top of it. But today, if we're talking about smart city, that city is smart city. We need to take into cognizance the health of the people, not just the energy system, not just the water system, but everything integrated. So we don't know what is going to happen next year, in 2 years' time and so on. So actually this we evolve, but as people, we also need to evolve in all this. So thank you. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bemidele, for this interesting keynotes. And I think we have the time now to open the floor for any comment or discussion or anything. Okay, we are waiting for the floor. Any comment? Any comments before you leaving?
Myself?
Yes, we are just waiting for any comment or any discussion for other people,
Okay.
So good. I think,
thank
you
so,
anyway.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
While we are waiting, okay, while we're waiting for people, I can be having more discussion. I rushed it because I know we don't have time, so.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Thank you. We're looking forward to see you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I think now we will go back to the first keynotes. And unfortunately, Dr. Congo, he just prepared a videotape. So we delivered and you can see it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Please, Mr. Admin. Okay. You can now play video for Prof. Kong. Okay. هو واقف على الفيديو ما ضغطش عليه.
Hello, admin. Please operate the video tape. We are waiting for you. Admin, you hear me?
Yes, Prof, we need your patience with us. We just have a technical problem. We are trying to solve it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have a problem with the sound. Please check the sound.
Prof, I think we can continue with the paper presentation till we will be able to fix the technical problem we had in this file. So please, the floor back to Al Obur Institute to continue with the technical papers. Professor Dr. Khalid Bahnasi, please to take over. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Ahmed. Yes, hello, assalamu alaikum. Good evening. We are going to start the first session under the name of technical paper presentation and information and big data for urbanization and the mega city management. Okay, Dr. Ahmed. You heard me, Dr. Ahmed? Do you hear me? Are there any problems?
It will be resolved in a couple of seconds.
Professor Khalid.
Yes.
You can go ahead with the paper presentation, pending when we resolve the technical problems that we are facing in our side.
Okay, we have started. Again, we are going to start the first session under the name technical paper presentation on informatics and big data for urbanization, and the mega city management. Okay. Okay. Hello, my colleague. Each presentation shouldn't exceed 10 minutes. Okay. The first paper is titled Scaling Outcome Correlated Binary Big Data Using Estimates of Bivariant Dispersion Parameters. And is written by Dr. Ahmed Said and Dr. Naveen Anis. Okay. Dr. Naveen will be present this paper. Okay. Dr. Naveen, the floor is all yours.
It's my pleasure to share this paper with my colleagues, Dr. Ahmed Said, in ASRIC conference in Al Obur Institute. The content, the abstract, the aims, the method, the result, and the conclusion. The abstract dispersion parameter should be the unity in the case of univariate Bernoulli data, but there may be some divisions. If there is a sequence Bernoulli outcome that may lead to binomial case, over or lower dispersion criterion inhabit. If the variant of actual response variable y is more or less than the nominal variant as a function of the mean. This paper presents the mathematical form for estimating and modifying the dispersion parameter for outcome correlated binary big data with scalar and matrix value. In bivariate case, the impact of the estimate of dispersion parameter on the outcome correlated binary big data is indicated. In general, the aim is making the dispersion parameter are close to equal to the unity. The purpose is controlling the marginal probabilities of the correlated binary outcome. Since the increasing of marginal increase in value of dispersion parameter. We can use these probabilities to decrease the over dispersion to close to the unity. The R program and its package is used to generate and fit the binary correlated big data. Scaling and roots techniques that depend on the estimate of dispersion parameter are used to modify the outcome correlated binary. We have found scaling and roots process have a similar result and a good effect only for binary big data. Since the manner is different when dealing with small observation. aims is making the dispersion parameter are close or equal to the unity equal 1, less or equal 1. We use equation number 1 and equation number 2 to estimate the dispersion parameter in 2 cases. Number 1 in the scalar and number 2 in matrix. We will find equation number 3 in scalar bivariate data and equation number 5 to the matrix bivariate. Our general aim here is using the previous estimate to modify and correct the correlated outcome big data using 2 methods, roots and scaling, as we show in this slide. We generate 2 sample sets, one of them 10,000 and another one is 500,000 observation with 2 algorithms, VGLM and the VGAM. And we show this result as we show in these tables for comparing between 2 sample size with 2 algorithms, VGAM with VGLM. And finally, we find that, in conclusion, we have found that scaling and roots process has a similar result and the good effect is only binary big data, since the manner is different when dealing with small observation or another data. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Naveen. Dr. Naveen has shown us the mathematical form for estimating and defining the dispersion parameters for the outcome correlated binary big data, which is scalar and the matrix value in bivariant case. The impact of the estimates of dispersion parameter on the outcome correlated binary big data is indicated. In addition, it's highlighted that the aim of this work is controlling and the marginal probabilities of the correlated binary outcomes, with the increasing of marginals increase the value of dispersion estimate. Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for your effort. Our next paper is an overview of the recent development MSDES software used in distributed Microstrip circuits design by Dr. Saad Sayed and Dr. Saeed Ibrahim. Dr. Saad, may start now. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, Professor Dr. Khalid. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm going to present our paper and overview of the recent developed Microstrip design software used in distributed Microstrip circuit design by Professor Dr. Saeed Ibrahim and me. Outline of our presentation: introduction, objective, program description, program applications in the design of distributed Microstrip circuits, design and analysis of 2.4 Gigahertz Microstrip amplifier, design of 2.4 gigahertz oscillator, design of a ring coupler, design of a rectangular branch line coupler. Finally, conclusion. In our paper, we introduced the recent version of our previous computational program named HHSS4. This is tool created by one of the authors, Professor Dr. Saeed. This is a new version of the past tool. In the comparison of the last version of our tool, the new version covers a wide range of applications in the design of microstrip, passive and active microwave circuits. It's an easy-to-use, user-oriented program. The output data are formatted and stored in the output files for each application. Our tool results can be utilized in many programs analysis packages, such as ADS, CST, BSpice, etc. It doesn't need high memory size. The program can be modified for use in the design of nonlinear microwave circuits, and this will be the subject of future work. Microstrip line or microstrip circuits is a type of electrical transmission line which can be fabricated using PCB, printed circuit board technology, and is used to convey microwave frequency. Objective of our paper is to present the author recent development software program or tool used in the design of distributed microstrip circuits. The design circuits are analyzed using recent advanced design software program. The paper demonstrates the design and analysis, how to use our tool to design and analysis active circuits, microstrip circuits, and passive microstrip circuits, such as ring coupler, Wilkinson coupler, amplifier, oscillator, and so on. The ADS, Advanced Design Software Layouts and the application of design microstrip circuit are presented. After we design our circuits in our tool, the result obtained from our tools is used to simulation and analysis our design, to examine our design in advanced software. Program description. It's user-oriented computer-aided design program used for a wide range of microstrip applications, such as references, many references. It can be used for active and passive circuit design, such as microstrip amplifier and oscillator couplers and mixers. Our program or our tool needs some entries, such as substrate parameters, relative permittivity, epsilon r, substrate height, conductor thickness, and characteristic impedance, Z node. Equivalent circuit model of the diode chip, and S parameters of the used transistor. This data will be entries to our tool. The program mainly has 4 selected subroutines shown in the next table. Main subroutines: amplifier circuit design, oscillator circuit design. You must choose your circuit wish to design. Then go to subroutines according to your needed design circuit. This table illustrates the steps. If we wish to design microstrip amplifier, perform it with feedback or without feedback. 2 types of amplifiers. There is in electrical circuits 2 types of amplifiers, with feedback and without feedback. Our tool can design 2 types. Our tool can be examine transistor stability, simultaneous conjugate match, and for available and operating power gain design. Our tool analytical and graphical matching circuit design for input and output amplifier. The design entries of the program are S parameters of the active elements, such as transistor, the design frequency, and substrate parameters. if we use our tool to design microstrip oscillator, our tool performs all the required calculations needed for transistor stability and graphical design approaches for terminating and load matching circuits. The design entries for subroutine microstrip oscillator, S parameters of active element, design frequency, and substrate parameters. If you use our tool to design microstrip antenna, you can design microstrip rectangular patch, which used in 5G mobile communication with transmission line and coaxial feeding through our tool. You can design microstrip couplers. Our tool is applicable for microstrip coupler design, especially for rectangular branch and ray trace coupler design. You can design microstrip mixer, design of singly balanced diode mixer. The diode equivalent circuit and substrate parameters are the entry of the mixer design. The program calculates the diode input impedance and performs complete design of the diode matching circuits. We use our tool to design 4 circuits. The first one is analysis of 2.4 gigahertz microstrip amplifier. The selected values, normalized impedance 50 ohms, epsilon R 4.3 for Teflon, height 1.58 millimeter, and thickness of the coupler 0.035 millimeters. We select the type of transistor HXTR BGT with S parameters S11 0.602, S21 2.4389, and so on. S11 is the input reflection coefficient. S21 is the forward transmission. The 2 ports, if is symmetric, S21 is equal to S12. The output parameters of our tools. In the left side, the input parameters. The output parameters is stability factor, delta and K. Delta must be less than 1 to perform stable circuits, and K must be more than 1. As we see, the output of our tool is get unconditionally stable transistor and input matching circuit width of microstrip line 2.898 millimeter range, and line is 34.5 millimeter, and so on. All specs you need to design or fabricate your microstrip circuit outputs from our tool. This is schematic diagram of 2.4. The results obtained from our tool will be used in simulator, advanced simulator, and this is schematic diagram of microstrip amplifier we designed. The output of simulation for scattering parameters, S parameters, S11, S21, S22, as shown in figure. S21, the forward transmission, is stable around operating frequency 2.4 gigahertz. At 2.4 gigahertz, this is a flat operation and stable. In simulation, we input some signals. The input is blue wave, and output after amplification is red wave. The results obtained show the amplification is acceptable. Design of oscillator. The sequence is repeated to design entries to the program, output parameters, examine output parameters on simulation tools. We use the same substrate in all our design, different substrate, and transistor parameters or diode parameters get from the data sheet of selected device. All circuits examined at simulation tool. This is oscillator. Oscillation occur at operating frequency 2.4 gigahertz and gain high performance. The third circuit, ring coupler. Selected input parameters, output parameters of our tool. Examine the coupler. Schematic diagram of the coupler. At 2.4 operating frequency, S21 transmission, forward transmission is stable and flat around 2.4. And the phase is also 0. The fourth circuit is rectangular branch line coupler. Enters and outs. Examine our design, the layout of our rectangular branch line. Examine at 2.4, around 2.4, the coupler is stable and operate as we wish. Conclusion. Our paper illustrates the general description of user-oriented program called HHSCS version 4 for microstrip circuit design performed by the author. The developed program is a fully-scale comprehensive design program used for passive microwave circuit design, such as directional coupler and maximally flat or chip-to-chip low-pass filters. The program is used also for the design of linear microwave active circuits, such as amplifiers, oscillators, and mixers. The program can be also used for stability change from unconditional stability to rotational instability and vice versa by connecting series feedback stop with certain length or connecting cascaded resistor to transistor. The matching circuit obtained by the program is accurately calculated without using Smith chart, either by using stub lines of given Z node with different lengths lambda G, stub lines with different characteristics impedance. The results of the analysis of the microstrip amplifier, oscillator, and couplers using ADS advanced software proved the accuracy of our design. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Saad. Dr. Saad has demonstrated that the aim of this paper is to present the also recent development software program used in design of distributed microstrip circuits. The design circuits are analyzed using the recent ADS program. Much appreciated, Dr. Saad. Coming up again, Dr. Saad Said and Dr. Saeed Ibrahim will discuss their paper, computer-aided design and the analysis of different configurations of singly balanced microstrip diode mixer using modified MS, DES, and ADS. Dr. Saad, you can go ahead.
The developed and examined tool we present in the first paper, we're using the same tool to design complete system. Complete system, subsystem, complete subsystem, mixer. We explain how to design element in the first paper. Now we present singly balanced microstrip diode mixer using modified microstrip design and ADS package by Professor Dr. Saeed Ibrahim and me. the design single balanced mixer as a part of system on package transceiver with integrating with transceivers switch. It's shown in the next figure. It comprises 4 gigahertz microstrip negative resistance oscillator and 4 gigahertz broadband microstrip amplifier and 7 dB power splitter using microstrip branch coupler singly balanced diode mixer with 4-port and 5-port ray trace, lange coupler or rectangular branch coupler, microstrip lobus filter, and transceiver switch. This is the system on package transceiver. We will design SBDM singly balanced diode mixer and low pass filter, has input from radio frequency from antenna and output is intermediate frequency for the other signal processing in the receiver. For single balanced diode mixer, the input signals for the ray trace, lange, or branch line couple are. The reference node input signal comes from 2.4 gigahertz through the coupled port of 9 dB and the receiver radio frequency signal. The design of the different configuration of singly balanced diode mixer is performed completely with the aid of the full-scale computer simulation program developed by author, while the analysis and optimization are performed using advanced design software. The microstrip substrate parameters, which 50 ohm normalized impedance, relative permittivity epsilon r 4.3, substrate height 1.58 millimeter, and conductor thickness T 0.035 millimeter. Our objective in this paper is to introduce the computer-aided design and the analysis of different configuration of singly balanced microstrip diode mixer using the recent microstrip design program developed by the author. The design stages of the microstrip mixer including the design of hybrid couplers, design of matching circuit that matches the diode input impedance to the coupler, and design of low-pass filter that passes the intermediate frequency output signals are introduced. The design stages are analyzed and optimized using the recent ADS packages. The design of microstrip mixer is performed using developed full-scale computer simulation, design of hybrid coupler, ray trace, branch line, or lange coupler, 3 types of couplers. Design of matching circuit that matches the diode input impedance to the coupler, design and analysis of low-pass filter. Design and analysis 4-port, 5-port ray trace coupler. As the result, developed program, the parameters of the ray trace are total length of ray trace line 106 millimeter, and so on. This outputs of our program. We import the outputs of our program in advanced simulation tool. This is a schematic diagram of 2.4 gigahertz for ray trace coupler. And this is for 5-port trace coupler. The layout of microstrip design. We examine the performance of our design in simulation. As shown in figures, the S11 of our coupler is stable around 2.4 and flat. The phase difference is around 2.4, is stable and flat. Design of 4-port branch line coupler. We use coupling factor 3 dB at the operating frequency 2.4. Width of series line out from our tool is 5.15 millimeter. Length of series line is 16.92 millimeter, and so on. We examine the output in the simulation, and the final layout of rectangular branch line coupler is shown in this figure. And the simulation results. Phase is stable and flat. Forward branch line coupler at the same parameters, the output values, schematic diagram, the final layout of our design. Examine our design. Design of diode matching circuits. Parameters used from datasheet of diode. Schematic diagram of our diode. Examine our diode. Design of low pass filter. Operating frequency 2.4, cutoff frequency 0.8 gigahertz. Characteristic impedance is 120 ohm. Output of our tool. Schematic diagram, simulation. Examine our design. Final schematic diagram and layout of the system. This is singly balanced diode mixer with low pass filter using branch line coupler. Two layout, one for 4 port and this for 5 port. All component design. This is final layout of our design. Conclusion. Distributed microwave integrated circuits have been increasingly adopted in many electronic systems, such as communication, radar, electronic warfare, navigation, surveillance, and weapon guidance systems. The objective of this work is to present complete design, analysis, and optimization of different configuration microstrip singly balanced diode mixers. The configuration singly balanced diode mixer using either ray trace, branch line, couple, or Lange coupler, in addition with maximally flat low pass filter. A full-scale computer simulation program developed by the authors is used for the design configurations. The design configurations are analyzed and optimized using ADS package. The complete design and the analysis of individual components are presented. The complete layouts of the desired configuration are introduced. The desired configurations can be used in many applications, as we mentioned before, as future work, complete circuit simulation using the most recently new approaches for coupling with circuit functionality, device, physics, drift diffusion, and hydrodynamic practical transportation. And the thermodynamic effect can be performed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saad. We appreciate your hard work. Dr. Saad has delivered, has explained the aim of this paper is to introduce the computer-aided design and the analysis of different configuration of singly balanced macro diode mixer using the recent MS-EES program developed by the author and the recent EDS package. Thank you, Dr. Saad. Now we are going to enjoy Dr. Bright and Newton. And Dr. Newton, you hear me? Dr. Bright.
Yes, I'm around.
Yes.
Am I clear?
Yes, okay. Presenting the paper, prediction of fly rock slope using Gaussian process regression machine learning model. Dr. Bright, you may begin.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Bright Aquino, presenting on the topic prediction of fly rock through using Gaussian process regression machine learning model. And this is going to cover, this is going to be the outline of my presentation from background, research, all the way to some references. When you talk about fly rock, it's actually when we blast. When you're blasting undertaking, we're able to see if whenever rock fragments move away from the blasting zone, the various places, there is a need that it will cause accident, as we can see in the various images that we have here. So we can see the various type of fly rock, those that are from the face burst, the cracking, and the riffling aspect. With this, they are very fatal and they are very dangerous things that need to be dealt with. So in addressing the SDGs, this will actually help us. When we're able to predict fly rock so well, it will help us in the innovation and infrastructure as well as sustainability, so that operations of mining and quarry do not destroy our infrastructure as well as the communities that we have surrounding us. So this image is actually helping us to see some location of a quarry site within which some radius of which the various sites or communities and infrastructures are located. We realize that with this, it is a slight built up area. So even when you have a quarry here, it will not be able to disturb any situations around, except for the road networks that you have available. And in other places too, they are carrying out their mining activity in such places that they are so far away from the community, such that even with blasting operations, they do not really have an issue. But when situations get closer to communities or build up areas, there is a tendency that fly rock will move away from the mining zone to the various community, causing the damages that we have seen earlier. So as we can see from this, there are actually more quarry or mining operations that are very close to communities, as we can see within a 1 kilometer radius. So whenever blasting activities are not carried out so well, it will affect the communities that dwell in, and thereby affecting the infrastructure and the cities that live within. And this is also another one indicating to us how close quarry operations are very close to the communities that are within a 1 kilometer radius. You can see how close these infrastructures are to the mining sites. So there is a need for us to actually capitalize on how best we can actually produce, so that just as mining and quarry provide the major necessities that we need for our construction projects when it comes to the quarry aggregates, cement, and every other implement that we use for infrastructure are based on the mining activity. So there is a need for us to actually maximize or harmonize how these two operations work hand in hand, so that there is no any negative effect in this regard. As a result, so many people have tried in order to make sure that things are done the right way. Among these are the people like Faradobe, who have probably stated that these empirical models, when they are actually provided, they can help us see how the extent to which the fly rock will go. With this, there are also additional video images that are used to capture the blasting operation to let us see how the fly rocks are, so that we see the necessary actions that we need to remedy the situations. And the empirical models that are normally used for these estimations are based on Lemberg et al. 1975 as developed. Another in 1981, Lemberg has fully developed another one for predicting the range for which the fly rock is going to through. Then in 1980, Gupta equally developed another fly rock model based on an empirical model. Then in 1983, Chiapetta also developed another one to help us to estimate the fly rock movements. Then Adrian 2005 equally developed another model for predicting fly rock through. In all these situations, we realized that the range of through predicted by the empirical models are not so satisfactory. So the moving up the data mining regulation has brought about this artificial intelligence use in predicting the fly rock and many other aspects. And the various machine learning models and AI techniques used are as listed below. And most of them have been applied in the when it comes to other optimization programs. In this research, however, we are able to consider the various parameters when it comes to the specific gravity, the hole diameter, bedding, spacing, hole depth, powder factor, charge per BCS, timing, velocity of detonation, explosive charge, in order to predict the fly rock using the Gaussian process regression. So with this method, we have been able to go through some relevant literature data was collected in GoFace Ghana Limited, then the development of machine learning model in MATLAB, then the comparative analysis of the model using coefficient of determination, mean absolute error, mean square error, and root square error for the analysis. And considering the geology of the area that has been determined, the various color coding were used. And when you consider the green coding tells us that the ground is very good, the yellow is fair, then poor rock mass is when we have the brown, and the red one is a very poor rock communication. All these are factored into the model to make sure the model works so well. So these are the various models of the Gaussians that were used, and these are the relationships that are used for them. So after the Gaussian process model have been used, we have been able to compare with backpropagation neural networks, and this as shown in figure 1. So with this, after we start by collecting our data, we do some cleaning, do some data processing, split the data, and use the algorithm. After the algorithm is used, then there is a training, then fine-tuning and testing, then validation. Once this process goes through and everything is all right, then we are ready to have our model, and followed by the app, which is later deployed for the prediction of the fly rock tree. So these are the yardstick and the relationship for the yardstick that were used as the performance metrics for our model formulation. The performance metrics for analyze the studies are, as we have stated, the R square and the root mean square error. And these results are shown below. When you consider figure 8, you can see that considering the R square value of the various components, you realize that the most performing models are the mid-10, the square exponential model, the exponential GPR, then the scale conjugate was the worst performance, then Levenberg and Bayesian regularization and others also follow in that manner. When it comes to the RMS value for the various components of the results, you realize that the worst performing was scale conjugate and the best among them is the mid-10. So based on this mid-10, a model was developed. So with this, we can conclude that the excellent performance of the types of GPRs used based on root mean square value, the R square value are very good. And we can see from the order of accuracy is that the mid-10 is the top with the R square value of close to almost 1, then RMSE of 0.036, followed by square exponential GPR and rational quadratic having an RMSE value of 0.36 respectively. When you consider the exponential GP rise, probably have an R square of 0.99 and RMSE of 0.00387. These models are really excellent, performing excellently when you measure against the backpropagation neural network. It is therefore recommended that using Gaussian regression can give us an excellent prediction when you want to see the rate at which our fly rock will prove so that they don't damage our infrastructure. And by doing so, we'll be effectively managing mining and quarry activities such that they do not destroy our communities, thereby helping us achieve agenda SDG 9 and 11. These are some references that have been used for the research work. Thank you for your attention. Hello? Hello.
Dr. Bright. Hello. Hi. You hear me?
Hello?
Yes. Yes, Dr. Wellington. Wellington. Hello, doctor. No? Yes, okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, okay. You appreciate your hard work, Dr. Bright, and we are going to duration of discussion for 20 minutes for the last fourth paper, scaling outcomes for Dr. Ahmed, and an overview of recent Dr. Saad, computer aided design and analysis for Dr. Saad, prediction of fly rock through using Gaussian process, Dr. Bright.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. Dr. Magdi. Dr. Magdi has questions. Yes.
Yes, I have two questions to Dr. Saad. I think one question for the first paper, we talk about the design program. You know, in civil engineering, we have to make something called calibration. So to see what you are from the other. So did you make any comparison between your program and the other program in the same field?
We already compare our tool with other tools. The main feature in our tool is ability to design complete modules and systems. So many of tools complete systems only or modules only, but our tool can design modules such as amplifiers, oscillators, and can design complete system such as complete transceiver. We compare our tool with AIDS tool, another tool.
You mentioned there is a big difference with our.
We compare some of this is I think is matching with the
range of
matching completely.
The second question I think before we leave, I'll ask about the fabrication of your mixer. Did you give idea about this? Thank you.
We design, as we mentioned, we design many of modules, active modules and passive modules. Active modules such as amplifiers and oscillator. Passive modules such as fabricate only all types of couplers. All types of couplers we present today, we already fabricated it in NTI, National Telecommunication Institute in Egypt. And the results is matching with the simulation results.
Dr. Abdullah Dashan.
Hello, I think the sound is lost.
So I would like to tell to the first, yes.
I think we are lost for a little while. We can't hear anything and it came back. The last response.
Yes. Go ahead, doctor.
Concerning this projects, this work papers, technical papers number 17 and number 18. It talks about computer-aided design approaches to design passive networks and active networks. Yes? I think this is a pioneer work, and thanks for the author for this work. My question is, it is applicable for linear circuits. What about non-linear circuits? Linear circuits, you know, is completely different in design and analysis than linear ones. Methods of stability and ensuring stability in non-linear is completely different than linear. How could you manage with this using your new program? Thank you.
Our tool doesn't applicable for non-linear, but we put in future work to modify our tool to fabricate, to design non-linear modules.
How could you imagine what will be a solution to in your
co-author Dr. Saeed can reply this question, please.
In the morning when I come here, I expected your question from Abdullah, because Abdullah is the professor of radar. The first thing, our program is designed already for linear and nonlinear design. I take the model already for diodes or for transistors, active model, linear model, and we'll add the model parameter in our program. And I will check already the result of the program. How is compatible with the simulation or not? I am sure that our program is ready for linear or nonlinear program element. So, diode element, transistor element for linear and nonlinear program.
So is it applicable for linear and non-linear?
For both, yes. For both, 100%.
But in this case, if it is non-linear, you have to make a limit, a range of linearity.
Yes.
Range not going far.
I get already the linear model of the transistor or diodes, and with as input parameter for our program.
The operating condition should be in a linear.
Linear, okay. But I change the for frequency, the input impedance, output impedance, substrate parameter to the linear parameter, not linear parameter.
Further work should be included in this way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, okay. Okay. I have a question, Dr. Magdi. Dr. Magdi has a question.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Bright. Hello?
Dr. Bright, can you hear me?
I can hear.
Yes.
Yes, I can
thank
hear
you. Thank you for waiting for us, for you. And I want to thank you for this good presentation. And let me ask you this question. You are working with C-band 2.4 gigahertz, yes? Okay. So my question to you, what you are going to do if you need to change the frequency? Did you hear me?
No, I'm not clear with that.
Huh? But Dr. Saad, oh, sorry, it's not for you. for another paper. So accept my apologies for you, Dr. Saad.
Good question. If we want to change the frequency band from C band to L band to Q band, we change substrate parameter already. We already in our design Teflon substrate parameter epsilon R HT. If we increase the frequency, we must decrease the substrate parameter to make dimension of design applicable for fabrication. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any another question? Do you have any questions? Okay. Yes. Yes. Ask. Yes. Ask all. Here and here. Here and there. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Anybody has a question? Dr. Saeed? Bright? Dr. Bright? Dr. Saeed Hamida has one question for Dr. Bright.
Okay.
Dr. Yes, Bright, yes.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Aquino. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Yes. Is the GBR models, is the GBR model is the most applicable for different samples of the data or not? And if yes, why?
Please come. Is it applicable to? I couldn't hear the last part well. Hello. Hello. Hello.
I think they are offline, the Obur site, and so we have to wait a bit and they will come back.
Okay, thank you.
And ask again.
Okay.
They are back.
Okay.
Dr. Aquino. Good evening.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
I want to ask a question. Is the Gaussian process which you used it in GAR model the most model? Is the GBR model is the most applicable for any samples? You used it for different samples or for one sample? And what is the behavior of the model? If yes, could you tell me?
The network is bad. Sample, if I get you right, you mean did I use it for several models or data sets? Am I right? Is that your question?
The results from the various GBR model were compared with the closed, with those bag. You said the GBR model is the most than the results of the GBR model, Gaussian process regression. Gaussian process regression. It's the GBR. The results of GBR model is the most applicable for the data for any samples. It is dependent on the sample size of the data.
Okay, generally, GPR work for small data sets.
Yes.
Okay, so for small data sets, when you use GPR, is very good. But when you have larger data sets, it is an advantage that it have to perform better. Just like the ANN that rely on so much data to work with their analysis. So there are, in total, when you consider the total data sets that were used for this analysis, was around close to 3,000 data sets, which was split into training and testing, 80% for training, then 20% for testing.
Okay, but for your work, I think if you change it, the samples or the sample size or the data size for the comparing of the three models, I think it's not stable for the results. I think that's a variable we want to need it to the results. It's the sample size of the data.
Yes, that is true. Like I said, the sample size mostly for the GPR models, when we have a small data set, it's okay, it's able to handle small data sets. That is very true.
Okay, if increasing the sample size, I think the data are more applicable and more accuracy. Okay.
So for more accuracy, that is why the data set was increased that much, close to about 3,000 for it to work the way. So it was.
So it's more fitting and more applicable for big data.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I have a big data for about 2,629 data set that was used for this analysis.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Doctor, and I'm so happy to meet you. Thanks.
Okay. Even the much information you can see in the red paper or the full paper has analysis of the total data set that was actually used. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Bright. We are going to go back to Professor Engineer Kwong to represent AI, artificial intelligence for a smart and effective mega city. Professor Kwong, Professor Gong, can you hear me? The admin of our session can play the video of Professor Kwong. The admin of our session. Yes.
Hello, dear colleagues. Good morning. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to represent the views of WFEO on engineering a smart, sustainable city. That is the title of my presentation. Let me start from the Sustainable Development Goals. These goals are common goals for the whole world to sustain the humanity in the planet, in the Earth. As pointed in his congratulation letters to the World Federation of Engineering Organizations for its 50 years anniversary, the Secretary General of United Nations, Engineer Antonio Guterres, has stressed when we strive to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the world blueprint for building a future of peace and prosperity for all on a healthy planet. Every one of the goals requires solutions rooted in science, technology, and in engineering. The World Federation of Engineering Organizations, consisting of more than 100 national engineering organizations and more than 10 regional continental engineering organizations. Among them, we have 28 national members from African continent. And as a very important international member of us is the Federation of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. So we are the world's largest engineering family. To align our activities with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030, WFEO has also had a plan, make a plan we call the WFEO Engineering 2030. In this plan, we stress to promote the sustainable development goals by engineering practice. For example, we representing engineering society to join UN 2030 agenda. We inform to attend the Science Technological Innovation Forum and high-level political forum in partnership with different UN bodies such as UNESCO, DESA, UNIDO, and so on. And we also contribute to the UNESCO Engineering Report. We have initiated the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, and we lay emphasis on the capacity building, especially in African continent. Last but never the least, we are working on codes of engineering. Here is some examples to show early this year, the side events organized by WFEO as co-leader of the scientific technological community. On the left, you see the side event we have organized at the Scientific Technological Innovation Forum. And on the right side, you see the side event at the high-level political forum for sustainable development in July early this year. And here you see some examples of WFU inputs to important United Nations document. Here, let me take a few words about UNESCO Engineering Report. It is WFEO has initiated this engineering report 10 years ago, and we have deeply engaged in the first engineering report of UNESCO in 2010. And last year, we have contributed a lot to the second UNESCO engineering report, which was titled Engineering for Sustainable Development. In this second engineering report of UNESCO, it is stressed engineering is about problem solving. However, sustainable development is the foremost problem facing by humankind. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are interconnected as a whole, where every one of them is calling for engineering innovation solutions. Engineers and engineering shoulder significant social and environmental responsibility. Here you see the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. In order to increase the awareness of the public and to the crucial role of engineering for sustainable development, and to mobilize engineers to implement the SDGs, WFEO has initiated the proposal of setting up a World Day for Engineering, which was supported from more than 20 prominent engineering organizations worldwide and being approved at the 40th UNESCO General Conference in 2019 to proclaim the 4th of March, that's the birthday of WFEO, as a World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. Here you see some examples of WFO model code for ethics and for practice on climate change, adaptation, and so on and so forth. And there's a flagship event cooperated with UNESCO and FAIO, the Federation of African Engineering Organization, on African Engineering Week every year since 2014. That is the flagship event of WFO in the African continent. To promote sustainable development goals, we consider 4 levers. Among them, one is science and technology, and 6 entry points. Among them, one is the urban and peri-urban development. These 4 levers and 6 entry points are identified by the United Nations Global Sustainable Development Report in 2019. And in this section of the entry points and science levers, there is city. We call it smart sustainable city. City will play more and more important role on the earth. It is predicted by the United Nations by 2050, cities are projected to account for over 68% of the global population and 25% and 85% of the global economic growth. Africa is projected to have the highest urban growth rate in the world. By 2050, Africa's population is projected to double to 2.5 billion people, and its urban areas will be home to an additional 950 million people, according to the OECD report. Why is a city so important? Why is the urban development so important? Because there are big advantages brought about by urbanization, such as more job opportunities, better educational, health, and cultural services, shared infrastructure with higher efficiency, utilities, accessible energy, utilities accessibility, energy efficiency, integrated waste treatment, and so on and so forth. However, there are also big challenges to urbanization, such as growing congestions, worsening air and water quality, insufficient availability of clean water, lack of proper waste disposal, public health concerns, and so forth. To meet these challenges, a dedicated goal was set by the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda, that is Goal 11. In this goal, there are 4 targets has been set, dealing with housing and basic services, dealing with transport systems and human settlement planning and management, cultural and natural heritage reservation, and disaster resilience. To achieve these targets under the goal of sustainable city, a smart sustainable city is an innovative city that uses information and communication technologies and other means to improve quality of life, efficiency, and urban operation and services, and competitiveness, while ensuring that meets the needs of present and future generations with respect to economic, social, environmental, as well as cultural aspects. That is the definition proposed by the International Telecommunication Union for smart sustainable city. And this concept serves as a comprehensive integrated solution to meet the urban development challenges. It is reported a smart sustainable city with the help of big data and artificial intelligence, the implementation of these solutions can cut down on traffic congestion and accidents, increase the nature-based solutions to adapt for climate change, to address pollutions and other health and safety risks. Here are some numbers from the McKinsey report. You see there are 30 to 300 lives saved each year in a city of 5 million population. And there are 30 to 40% fewer crime incidents. There are 8 to 15% lower diseases burden. There's a 15 to 30 minutes saved off from the daily commute. There are 20 to 80 liters of water saved per person per day, and 20 to 35% faster emergency response times. And here we see artificial intelligence for healthcare and in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. AI in biomedicines, it increases accuracy and safety in a range of biomedical fields, such as healthy screening, disease diagnosis and treatment, rehabilitation, training and evaluation, medical services and management, drug screening, as well as gene screening and characterization. The medical process can also be helped by artificial intelligence. Here we see AI could help smart grid, which provide unique solutions for energy production, power grid balance, and energy consumption analysis for higher efficiency, reliability, and low cost. Artificial intelligence also help a smart transportation system for better decision-making, planning, and managing to forecast the traffic volume, traffic conditions, and incidents to improve public transportation, to achieve more effective aviation management, shared mobility, optimizing bus schedules for safety, reliability, and flexibility. AI is also used for disaster risk reduction to enhance the accuracy in extreme weather forecasting, early warning for disasters, and improved preparedness. Here we see AI facilitated the pipe break identification example of water distribution system. The water distribution system also suffers a problem of leakage, and it is difficult to identify where is the leakage area and to quickly fix it. So with big data and artificial intelligence, these leakage area could be fast identified and to reduce the rate on the revenue water by more than 20%. Here is another example to show the rainfall forecast assisted by artificial intelligence could be more faster and more accurate. That will help the city to be better prepared for these disasters. WFU has released a white paper to promote integration of geospatial data and the building information model to assist the building process from planning, designing, building, and operating to save energy, to save building cost, to increase the resilience of the building to the natural disasters. And the Committee on Information Technology, which is hosted by the Institution of Engineers of India, they have published a dedicated paper on smart cities, adoption of future technologies. Talking about the technical committee, I have to say, among 13 technical committees of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, WFEO, 4 of them, almost 1/3 of them, are hosted by national members in African continent. Here you see another committee called Technical Committee for Engineering Innovative Technologies, which is hosted by CAST China. This committee has not only promoting the technical advancement of big data and artificial intelligence, and they also pay attention to the principles to ensure these emerging technologies are used ethically and responsibilities. They have proposed 7 principles, such as for AI and big data, such as good for humanity and its environment, inclusiveness, fairness, public awareness, and empowerment of humanity, opening and sharing while respecting privacy and data integrity, transparency, accountability, peace, safety, and security, and collaboration. Since last year, we have suffered the pandemic of COVID-19, and some lessons we have learned from this pandemic regarding urban development. First, we see public buildings such as offices, schools, shopping malls, cinemas, and cultural facilities are in the risk of indoor virus transmission. Second, insufficient resistance of medical facilities in search of patients. And when we turn some gymnasiums and exhibition halls to field hospitals, we have difficulties in sanitation facilities, in the shortage of sanitation facilities and disposing sewage. Using the experience we have got for sustainable smart city building in the past years, and considering the lessons we learned from the pandemic, I think 3 important concepts should be raised in further smart sustainable city building. First is people. A smart sustainable city must be a people-centric city with people-centric governance and planning. The second concept is smart, which can be implemented by pervasive ICT infrastructure. Third is resilient. Smart sustainable city must be a resilient city to public health crises, among many others. With these 3 concepts, people, smart, resilient, I conclude my presentation. Thanks for your kind attentions. WFEO is keen on working with all of you in African continent together to engineering a smart sustainable cities for achieving the SDGs by 2030. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Now it is time to lunch break for the 1 hour. Come to dining hall and go back at 3 o'clock exact. Thank you.
Thank you. Housekeeping, please, for the presenters, try and send your presentation to the secretariat so that it can be uploaded on the website, and people are making requests for the presentations, and it will be for circulation. And that is very good, please. And even for those who have not attended the conference, they can have the opportunity to see your papers and presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Chiari. Thank you, Professor Khalid. I think this is time to go for the lunch break. Please add 1 hour to whenever you are in Africa, and then you come back on the proper time. That means in West Africa, we are going to be here by 2 p.m. for Central Africa time, which is Cairo time, Johannesburg time. It's going to be 2. For East Africa time, that's going to be 3 p.m. So see you soon after lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much indeed.
Very good. Don't everything. Mm. Yes.
Right.
Salamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Baba ina ne?
Lafiya lau.
Na gajiya.
Ba gajiya.
Ya mutum gida.
Ana jirgin ne ko kuwa?
Ni tuntun na shigo Abuja tun da safe.
Lalle. Allah ya tsare.
Mun ya rabu.
Allah ya tsare. Ana ruwan nan kenan.
Ana jiran ruwan nan jirgin mu ya tashi.
Allah sarki to Allah ubangiji da Adam.
Amin. Na ce ni wannan watan ku na baki kudin abincin kuwa?
Na ce sai ka sauka ka dan kwanan haka zan maka magana. Ai ba a baya ba.
Exactly, ni yanzu nake tunanin nake cewa anya kwana ba da kudin nan. To shikenan zan turo wa sanaya.
To shi kenan.
Zan turo wa sanaya.
Allah shi albarka, Allah tukan mahaifa.
Amin.
Allah kuma ya tsare. To yaya jikokin na su sai gobe za su tafi?
Gobe za su taho.
To Allah ya tsare.
Amin ya rabbi. Amin ya rabbi. Amin.
Na gode. Allah shi albarka.
Amin.
Shi albarka. Na gode.
Amin.
Allah saka muku da alheri. Allah ubangiji kuma ya ci kan mahaifa.
Amin.
Na gode.
Amin. Yawa.
Ita ne jatumar Alhaji Mustapha.
An guro.
Ita ce jatumar.
Ikon Allah.
Wannan abin da kake shi yake rike ka.
Ko I'm online ne ban sani ba.
In ba ka online ina zan sani ka manta ka zo da kuɗi ka tura musu shi yake rike ka. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yes.
I am fine.
Hello.
I handed over the session to Dr.
Hello?
Dr. Kerry.
Yes, I can hear you.
I handed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kerry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay. I handed over the next session for who, Doctor? Kerry, okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I handed over this session for you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kerry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shukran jaziran. Now, good evening and welcome back, everyone. You are welcome back to the afternoon session, which is the conference sessions on the big data. And I'm going to call the presenters to give their presentation 10 minutes, and they should stick to the time. Each and everyone should try and stick to the time so that we will be on time and finish on time. Without wasting much time, I will call on the first presenter, which is Rasha El-Stohi, going to give a presentation on the sentiment analysis in Twitter using machine learning.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
You can take the floor, 10 minutes.
Okay, let's start. My name is Rasha El-Stohi. I am the main author of this paper, Sentiment Analysis in Twitter. And this is my talent student, Bahi. He is the co-author of this paper. And I will give him the opportunity to represent this paper from the problem definition till the results. So please don't regret to encourage him to pursue his research.
Good.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hi everyone. Our project today about sentiment analysis. Embrace sentiment analysis is an operation that seeks to obtain the opinion in the platform of Twitter. What make a big importance at the present. This operation achieved a lot of goals in tourism, criminology, politics, and so on. The purpose behind this work that there were a university in Frankfurt released research that what wrote in the social media not always hear or the people read it in the right way. May I write a post or write a tweet? Someone when he read it, he think badly about me. So we made this work. So how we do this? First, the user of Twitter post a tweet or write a tweet. Then we collect these tweets, and this work is very, very hard, by the way. Then we collect data, then we pre-processing it. The pre-processing based on two main concepts. The first, we normalize the tweets. Then we extract feature from these tweets. Then we classify emotions. I myself, I prefer to treat with the model as a human being, as a student. If I have a student, I have to train him very well for the exams. The first rule to treat with anyone that this one must be exist. So I build a model, then I train it. I get my own data set, which supported enough and reliable enough. Then we conclude the user attitude. Then we summarize the opinion. Okay. Our data set based on 11 labels: anger and anticipation, disgust, fear, joy, sad, surprise, trust, pessimism, love, and optimism. It's good to mention that this is the most supported and reliable data set till this moment I'm talking in. In addition to, this is the only reliable data set and the only supported data set till this moment. Okay, we split this data set into two sets. The first was for training, as I train my model very well to be qualified enough to deal with the users and the users' tweet. Then I test this model to examine if it's good enough to do its work. This is a face. This is a shape of my data set. This data set is manually classified. I have to classify the first classification. It's already classified by its author. That's what I use to train my model. Okay. Then I start pre-processing. The pre-processing that I prepare the raw data, all the data I collected from Twitter, it's unorganized and unstructured. Okay. The levels or the steps I use to pre-processing after I split my data set into two parts. I translate the emojis, what have a great effect. I remove URL. In URL, I remove it. Then I remove stop word and punctuation. There is a lot of things that I don't need, so I remove it. Now we can see the data set after I cleaned it. This is clean. This is pre-processed. Okay. For example, we can consider this tweet an example or a life cycle. Specifically, this is the phase of tweet. We can note that it have hashtags, stop words. What is? Now we cleaned it. As we see, it's clean. At the first, at the top of the page. Then there is the hashtag I use, motivation and leadership and worry. My model have successfully classified it. It have a ratio of anticipation and optimism. Okay. Then we use feature extraction. Feature extraction, it's a phase when I transform the raw data in a list of features that I used later or usable by the classifier I used. The feature extraction enigram. I used just unigram and bigram. There is highest level, but because the tweets is almost consists of one or two words, it's small. So I just used unigram and bigram. By the way, it's very, very famous. All of us have a mobile phones. All of us have a keyboard in our mobile phone. For example, when someone give me a news and I want to express my pleasure or express my suspicion about this news, I just write good. But when I write good, the predictor on the keyboard may write the following. I'll just write good, but it will predict good day, maybe good morning, maybe good luck. It depends on the sequence of the word. In my data set, I used a lot of tweets. It moves one by one, word by word, to make a sequence between them. Then I have to change word to vectors or transform it to vectors. As the vectors helps very well, it transforms the words into a numerical data. The scientists who invented this amazing idea, they did it to make a similarity between the words like queen and woman. The all women, the similarity between the vectors of the both is almost the same, but there is a small change or small difference between the both. Okay, we can see the BCA of each emotion of the 11 emotions we used. Split in 2 pages. Okay. Then we used a lexicons. As I mentioned before, I like to treat to deal with the model as a student. If I have got 3 students at the same educational year or academic year, they have a number of subjects. For example, some subject like mathematics. If I got one of the 3 students who hadn't studied enough, and some students studied just the book of the school, and another student studied the book of the school and studied on the internet. This is some way I made this student study at more than one way, so he get another information, he get a lot of information, he is qualified enough to get the full mark in his exam. This lexicon is NRC lexicon word. It's supported and reliable enough. It contains 14,000 words. By the way, it's good to mention it had been translated over 100 languages, as it's very, very reliable. Then I used another lexicon which reliable too. It's a hashtag emotion lexicons. It's another way to treat with my model. It's training enough. Then I used the NRC VED lexicon. VED is a brief or a summary for valence and dominance and arousal. Valence is when we're talking about is this what I see, positive or negative? Arousal is talking about the interesting. How interesting is this content I'm talking about? The dominance is the power, and the weakness is a difference between them. Then I used 4 algorithms. It's not the only algorithms I use, but this is the most effective and the most successful algorithms I use. It's KNN, K-nearest neighbor, machine, and logistic regression, and night base.
You have 3 minutes. You have to round it.
3 minutes. Now? 3 minutes. Okay. This is the result I produced, or the model specifically produced. As we see, night base was the highest result I got. It's a very, very good result. It's good to mention that Google Store, Google Play, Amazon, Sue, whatever, they all still work until this moment on single classifications are just positive and negative. My work is more advanced. It works in 11 emotions. So this is the result I produced. Night base was the best algorithm I used. It got a very, very good results. That's our reference we used.
Thank you, Benny, for your good presentation.
Thank you.
And we are ready for any question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And I am also very grateful for Russia, the professor who exposed her student. It is always very good to expose those who are working under you so that they will build, you will build their capacity. Okay, the next presentation is from Zaid Ali Khalil, and the topic is the effect of interaction between the type of learning environment, face-to-face, online, and the type of tests, essay, bubble sheets on the results of academic achievement among students of Obur Institute. You are there in the Obur, you can take the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
10 minutes.
Okay.
10 دقيقة.
Good evening, everyone. My research, I think it belongs to educational field. I think it will be important for everyone work with education. Title: the effect of interactive between the type of learning environment, face-to-face and online, and the type of test is say bubble sheet on the result of academic achievement among students of Obo institutes by Ziad Khalil and Dr. Hassan Al-Gindi. Problem, the research problem. With the spread of the COVID-19 virus, most educational institutes were closed, and the trend of increased towards online learning environments instead of the traditional learning environment face-to-face, as well as shift from the traditional test type, say, to the type of the objective test using the bubble sheet. Because of this, it was necessary to study the impact of these environments and the types of tests on students' achievement and its results. Therefore, the research problem was crystallized. The variables, our variables, independent variables was learning environment face-to-face versus online. A test type was essay and bubble sheet. Independent variables was the academic achievement results. Our tool was an achievement test designed with two types of tests, essay and bubble sheet, for cognitive aspects related to the principles of statics course. Experimental design, we have a sample was 800 students divided into two groups, main groups, 400 and 400. Four groups studied in the environment learning face-to-face. The other group was studied as with online environment. Every group was divided into two groups. One of them was tested by essay exam, the other was tested by bubble sheet exam. The results of the research involved the supervision of the students of group 2, which was taught in learning environment face-to-face and was tested with a test of type of test bubble sheet, followed by group 4, which was taught in learning environment online and was tested with a type test bubble sheet. Then group 1, which was taught in a learning environment face-to-face and was tested with the type of test essay. And finally, group 3, which was taught in learning environment online and tested with the type of test essay. This graph show the four groups, and the higher one was group 2, learning with environment face-to-face and tested by bubble sheet. Second one, group 4, learning with learning environment online and was tested by bubble sheet. Third group, group 1, was learned in environment face-to-face and tested by essay test. Last group was group 3, which learning environment online and tested by essay test. The researcher attributes this result to the effect of guessing on students' answers on the test, ease of cheating, the questions or few questions in question bank model, not setting a table of specification for the exam. Recommendation: training faculty member to deal with e-learning environments such as model, set and correct objective tests. 2, developing measurement tools and assessment tools, especially tests to suit e-learning environments. 3, legalization of tests before their application. 4, increasing questions in question banks. 5, increasing the test is alternative and making more than one valid alternative available until the effect of the guesswork is excluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sticking to the time. Shukran jaziran. The next presenter, without wasting much time, is going to be Joseph Uwosu, and is going to make a presentation on face mask recognition using artificial intelligence with convolutional neural network for access control. And you have 10 minutes. Is Dr. Joseph around? Joseph Uwosu, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, okay, you can go.
I'm Reginald Nyako, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my team. I'm Reginald Nyako from the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani, Ghana, Computer and Electrical Department, and I'll be presenting on face mask recognition using artificial intelligence for convolutional neural network for access control. My co-authors are Joseph Olusu, Joshua Inti, and Edu Benedict. So for an overview of my presentation, I'll be talking about the introduction, the literature of the project, the implementation of the model, that's the working principles, the circuit diagrams, flowcharts, and the results for the project. So currently, the worldwide pandemic has greatly affected a lot of countries and has caused so much harm. And to curb the spread of the virus, a lot of measures were put in place. And one of these key measures was the introduction of wearing face masks. A huge reason for the spread of the coronavirus has been due to negligence of these protocols and put in place to prevent the spread. Currently, with availability of impressive technologies compared to decades ago and with similar viruses, I think it's necessary to have solutions that will help curb the spread of the virus. Solution with computer vision formats for access control. A major impact of AI has been in the field of computer vision, where computers gain a higher one. Image classification, we classify for image classification, that's support vector machines, decision trees, k-nearest neighbor, and the approach we went with, that's deep learning approach for image classification. So deep learning for image classification presents a better, more robust way for image classification compared to the traditional method. And as I said, one of the biggest impacts for AI and deep learning as a whole has been in computer vision, which has made it possible for devices to be able to classify images with higher accuracy.
Hello, did we lose the presenter?
With contrast to robust learning capacity and pair extraction. Why use allows us to be able to run AI models seamlessly on embedded system with very lightweight. And to do so, this work uses mobile net V2, which was so for the method, so mainly for building the model, we have data class collection from Kaggle. That's we have max and 1,000 without max. The data is resized and converted into RBCs, 1% encoded, percent for training, 20% for testing, using adaptive optimization estimator Adam, and this was used from tests with other optimization algorithms.